Chapter 4881. That's why we need to find a few irrelevant people and use the thunder test points from them. Then, we can take some from the heads of the people from the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy. Nobody will know. Then, even if someone wants to investigate, they won't be able to find anything. Sue Cushing laughed. Not bad, not bad. You have a good mind. Otherwise, there will be a flaw this time. Bao Zhuliang's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he secretly gave a thumbs up. He immediately said to the man who looked nervous, "Okay, seeing that you're sincere, I'll give you 1 thunder retribution point." "Aw. Really? Thank you, big brother." "Thank you, big brother." The man was overjoyed. He was about to walk into the thunder test point, but he was stopped by Bao Zhuliang. "Hey, aren't you being too unreasonable? Do you really think that the lightning tribulation points are given for free? Don't tell me that you shouldn't express your gratitude. If you don't have it, I will give it to someone else. Such a good thunder test point is hard to get." Bao Zhuliang looked like he was waiting for a good price. Hearing this, the people in the distance were really eager to have a try. They had all seen the benefits of the thunder test point. Bao Zhuliang and Sue Cushing had attracted the thunder test point not long after they went in. It was obvious that the thunder test point was very active. It was worth paying a little price. This. The man hesitated for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out something. It was a small piece of nascent soul ginseng. That's more like it. Bao Zhuliang's eyes lit up. Although the gathering soul golden pill was useless to him, the nascent soul ginseng was different. It was priceless and could be used to refine all kinds of good things, not just the gathering soul golden pill. As for the other thunder test point, they quickly gave it to the group of onlookers. Of course, they had to pay a big price for it. Bao Zhuliang and Sue Cushing looked at each other. While the others were not paying attention, they sneaked behind a huge rock and prepared to deal with Lin Yi with an evil smile. At this time, Lin Yi had warmed up for an entire day and was in peak condition. Everything was ready and he was just waiting for the lightning tribulation. However, he did not have the lightning guiding banner like Bao Zhuliang and the others. The lightning tribulation depended on luck. Although thunderclouds covered the sky, if one was unlucky, it was normal to wait for 8 to 10 days. The process of waiting was extremely long, but Lin Yi did not have the slightest intention of being distracted. Earlier, when Bao Zhuliang and Sue Cushing attracted the lightning tribulation, he had actually sensed it. However, he did not deliberately look at it. At this time, the lightning tribulation could descend at any time, and the consequences would be unimaginable if he was distracted. Here it comes. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately prepared to resist the lightning tribulation. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement above his head. Lin Yi could not help but feel a little strange. He had the thunder spiritual root and was very sensitive to the power of thunder and lightning. Just now, he clearly felt that a powerful thunder was brewing above his head and was about to descend. Why did he forcibly hold it back after waiting for a moment? To use an unsightly analogy, this feeling was like going to the toilet halfway. Obviously, he had already come out, but in the end, he suddenly withdrew it. What the hell was going on? Could it be that the thunder god was playing with people? Of course, this was not the thunder god's idea. If there really was a thunder god, he would probably be very uncomfortable at this moment. How could he withdraw it willingly? It was obvious that someone had forced him to withdraw it. There was no doubt that the masterminds behind all this were Bao Zhuliang and Sue Cushing. The lightning guiding banner could not completely control the thunder and lightning, nor could it create something out of nothing. However, it could make the best use of the situation and delay the lightning tribulation that Lin Yi had painstakingly attracted was obviously a small matter. That was close, I almost let Lin Yi slip away. Bao Zhuliang and Sue Cushing looked at each other with lingering fear. Just now, if the lightning tribulation had really descended, the two of them would not have had time to do anything. It was just an ordinary lightning tribulation, so obviously, it would not have caused any harm to Lin Yi. Any profound thunder pill would have been enough to deal with it. But fortunately, Su Kexing had reminded them in time, and Bao Zhuliang had finally managed to delay it at the last moment. Otherwise, all their efforts would have been in vain. Over there. Over there. Su Kexing suddenly pointed in a direction. At this time, there was finally someone who had attracted the lightning tribulation, and it was a disciple of Morning Pride Academy. Naturally, they could attract the lightning tribulation over without any worries. Good. Bao Zhuliang grinned and promptly waved the lightning guiding banner to mobilize the lightning tribulation. He had been studying the usage of the lightning guiding banner for the past few months. Although he was not very familiar with it, he could already barely mobilize the lightning tribulation. He wouldn't make a mistake in a fluster. One was looking around for a target, the other was concentrating on mobilizing the lightning tribulation. Very quickly, the two of them quietly gathered the lightning tribulation of 4 people. Without exception, they were all disciples of Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy. Let's not talk about whether Lin Yi would die or not, at least the 4 of them would definitely be at a disadvantage. They had spent so much effort to attract the lightning tribulation, but suddenly it was taken away by someone else. If they could attract the lightning tribulation again in a short period of time, then it would be fine. But if they couldn't, then their trial would end here. Xian Sheng and the others would not even need to think about it. TSK, 4 people's lightning tribulation, plus that guy's lightning tribulation, that's a total of 5 people's lightning tribulation. Let's kill him. Bao Zhuliang could not wait any longer. Actually, according to his previous plan, he only needed to mobilize 2 people's lightning tribulation to kill Lin Yi. This time, he was already very patient. I think we should make more. What if it doesn't kill him? Su Kexing still felt that it was not too safe. How can it not kill him? His 1 Thunder Profound Core can at most block 1 person's lightning tribulation. How can the other 4 people's lightning tribulation not kill him? Do you think they raised the lightning tribulation? Bao Zhuliang snorted disdainfully, and then said, even if it really doesn't kill him, both of us are profound ascending early stage experts now. 2 against 1, how can we not kill him? Please don't. Young Master Bao, you saw it just now. Lin Yi's strength is not to be underestimated. His nascent soul perfect stage is comparable to profound ascending middle stage. If he becomes a profound ascending early stage expert, how can the 2 of us beat him? Su Kexing shook his head repeatedly. Bao Zhuliang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It was because he had just broken through that he was so proud and arrogant, but after being reminded by Su Kexing, he immediately returned to reality. That's right, with their strength, they probably could not even beat Lin Yi, who was nascent soul perfect stage, let alone Lin Yi, who had broken through to profound ascending stage. Chapter 4882. That makes sense. Bao Zhuliang didn't dare to act rashly and continued to accumulate the thunder tribulations from other people. Because of the influence of the lightning attracting banner, everyone's thunder tribulations were generally attracted much faster than average, which made it convenient for Bao Zhuliang and Su Kexing. If everyone couldn't attract the thunder tribulations, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, it was very tiring to control so many thunder tribulations with the lightning attracting banner. Finally, both of them felt that it was about time. At this time, if Lin Yi's thunder tribulations were included, the lightning attracting banner had controlled 10 people's thunder tribulations. In fact, even the lightning attracting banner couldn't bear such a huge amount of thunder tribulations. This had almost reached the limit of its control. If not, Bao Zhuliang and Su Kexing would probably continue to gather more thunder tribulations. After all, the strength that Lin Yi had shown before was too amazing. If he couldn't be killed in 1 strike, there would be endless troubles in the future. Now it's done, we can definitely kill Lin Yi. Su Kexing urged with his eyes shining. Hee, watch carefully, it's time to witness a miracle. Bao Zhuliang was even more impatient than him. Looking at the super thick layers of thunder tribulations above his head, it was like looking at a naked beauty. He couldn't wait to pounce on it and kiss it. This was all his masterpiece. At this time, Lin Yi, who was in the thunder tribulations, was still unaware of all this. He was still secretly puzzled. He clearly felt that there was a strong thunder aura above his head, and it kept moving, but he didn't know why it didn't fall down. What the hell is this? Lin Yi was confused. At this time, there was one thing that made him more confused than this. At this moment, the biggest problem he was facing was which spiritual root attribute should he condense. Most people wouldn't have this kind of trouble. Those who only had a single spiritual root attribute didn't even need to consider, because they didn't even have the qualification to break through to profound ascension. Of course, those who could enter East Continent College basically had dual spiritual root attributes. These people didn't have much hesitation, they just needed to directly fuse two spiritual root attributes. As for people with tri-elemental spiritual roots, they were rare even in the Eastern Continent Academy, where geniuses gathered. Furthermore, there weren't many options for them to choose from. It was nothing more than a combination of tri-elemental spiritual roots, and in the end, it all depended on which one was the best. But Lin Yi was different. He didn't just have 3 attributes, he had a total of 8. Other than the 5 basic attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there was also the ice, mist and thunder. This choice was truly a headache. If it was possible, Lin Yi would certainly be eager to fuse all the attributes of the spirit root into one. However, this was simply not realistic. That damn thing had already said that although his physique was special, theoretically there was indeed a possibility of fusing the 8 attributes into one. However, this possibility was too small and could be ignored. The limitation was not due to talent, but purely due to a lack of motivation. Fusing spiritual roots of different attributes together was an extremely difficult and complicated process. To a certain extent, this was akin to breaking down and building again. Breaking down the original variety of spiritual roots, and rebuilding a brand new spiritual root after fusing, both processes required extremely powerful external forces to complete, and this external force came from the thunder retribution. For the vast majority of people, the thunder retribution was undoubtedly a destructive force that could turn people into ashes in an instant. However, at the same time, it was also an extremely rare creative force. Under such a powerful force, it wasn't strange for anything to be born, including spiritual roots. However, no matter how shocking the thunder retribution was, the power of thunder and lightning that each person could summon was ultimately limited. After all, if it really exceeded the limit, then it would be a thunder burial instead of a thunder retribution. Even if a normal person had a lot of thunder xian pills, they wouldn't be able to survive under the power of a thunder burial. According to that damn thing's estimate, the power of a normal person's thunder retribution was generally enough to fuse 2 types of spiritual roots. Only very few people would have the opportunity to fuse 3 types of spiritual roots, and that was already the limit. It was precisely because of this reason that it was rare to see a 3-spirit profound stage expert in the 5 heavenly islands. The so-called 3-spirit profound stage expert was an existence that had fused 3 types of spiritual roots into one. Ordinary profound ascending stage experts only had 2 spiritual roots. Although there weren't many geniuses with 3 types of spiritual roots, it wasn't to the point of being so rare. The thunder retribution's limit was the key. Throughout all the successful profound ascending stage experts, geniuses with 3 types of spiritual roots were at most 10%, and among this 10%, those who could fuse 3 types of spiritual roots at once was less than 10%. Therefore, no matter where one went, 3-spirit profound stage experts were rare, because it was the same as a perfect gold core and a perfect nascent soul. In the face of an expert of the same level, it was almost an absolute existence. As for an 8-spirit profound stage expert? What the hell was that? Not to mention an 8-spirit profound stage expert, it was estimated that Lin Yi was the only one in the world who had 8 types of spiritual roots. Ordinary people had never even heard of such a thing. Therefore, the most troublesome problem for Lin Yi now was to choose 3 out of the 8 types of spiritual roots. Even so, he had to be prepared for the failure of fusing 3 into 1. In the end, it was very likely that he could only achieve 2 into 1. In fact, Lin Yi had also thought of another way. At first glance, it was quite feasible, but the ghost thing extinguished his idea with a simple sentence. Lin Yi's idea was very simple. To put it bluntly, it was to fuse multiple times, and each time it was 2 into 1. After repeating it 7 times, wouldn't it be 8 into 1? Ordinary people wouldn't have such a strange idea, because for them, breaking through to the profound ascension stage was a one-time thing. If they succeeded, then they succeeded. If they failed, then they failed. Only a freak like Lin Yi, who had 8 spiritual roots, would be so creative and want to repeat it again and again. In this case, every repetition was equivalent to breaking through to the profound ascension stage again. Anyway, there were thunderclouds here, and he had many spiritual roots, so it was not impossible in theory. However, after the ghost thing noticed it, it almost laughed crazily. Do you think fusing spiritual roots is like stir-frying vegetables? If you want to add oil and vinegar, if you want to add vinegar, if you don't fry it in one go, you can return it to the pot and reheat it again. Is this not reliable? Lin Yi scratched his head. Chapter 4883. Lin Yi could only give up completely. Since the 8-spirit profound ascending stage master was just an unattainable fantasy, then he could only return to reality and think about which 3 types of spiritual roots he should fuse with. But this problem was really unsolvable. No matter who it was, they would have to scratch their heads. One must know that for a profound ascending stage master, although other individual spiritual roots would always exist, but in the future, it would be the fusion of multiple spiritual roots. In other words, the fusion of spiritual roots would directly affect the strength of a profound ascending stage master. Ice, mist and lightning spiritual roots were extremely rare, and all of them were very useful. Lin Yi did not want to exclude any of them. As for the remaining 5 types of spiritual roots, it was not so easy to exclude them. At least, Lin Yi had been using the fire attribute martial skill very well. Not to mention his 5 elements killing chi, which was built on the 5 types of spiritual roots. Thinking about it, Lin Yi's head was getting bigger. No matter which one it was, he did not want to give up. To be so depressed while trying to break through to the profound ascending stage, it was really unprecedented. When Lin Yi was in a dilemma, there was suddenly a loud bang above his head. A thick lightning pillar that was visible to the naked eye suddenly fell down without any warning. For other people's thunder tribulations, the lightning pillar was at most as thick as a bucket. The momentum was already very shocking. But for Lin Yi, how was it a bucket? It was simply a super big water tank. Ha 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 ha. Bao Zhuoyang and Su Kixing, who were hiding in the corners, saw this shocking scene and immediately laughed until they were cramping. Even the 2 of them, the masterminds behind the scenes, did not think that the scene would be so spectacular and terrifying. Such a cruel and terrifying thunder tribulations, not to mention a mere Lin Yi, even if it was a mountain opening stage master, he would probably be killed on the spot. The other onlookers all had a look of horror on their faces. A lot of people were scared away on the spot. They did not know that there was an inside story behind this. They thought that the thunder tribulations here were so cruel. If they went in and got the same treatment, wouldn't they be struck into charcoal in minutes? At this time, the person who was hit by the thunder tribulations, Lin Yi, was also shocked. This super lightning pillar came too suddenly and caught him unprepared. But after he reacted, he was not shocked but happy. He was just worried that the power of the thunder tribulations was not enough. In the end, a super lightning pillar fell from the sky. It was estimated that its power was more than 10 times that of the others. Now, not only was there hope for the 3 spiritual roots, even the 8 spiritual roots could be a little bit more. But in the next moment, when the lightning pillar touched his body, this little bit of surprise was instantly shattered. All that was left in his brain was that last bit of feeling. Excruciating pain, unparalleled excruciating pain. Since young, Lin Yi had experienced all kinds of pain. Before he made his debut in the secular world, he even had special training to resist electric shocks. Dealing with all kinds of attacks, including electric shocks, was the basic quality of an assassin. Not to mention that he had also received the thunder and lightning inheritance from the giant electric eel. He had the thunder attribute spiritual root in his body. However, Lin Yi was obviously thinking too much. Even though the intensity of this lightning strike was not as strong as that of the giant electric eel, there was still an essential difference between the two. Although the thunder and lightning inheritance also appeared in the form of a lightning strike, it was purely an illusory attack that appeared in the spiritual world. As long as Lin Yi's willpower was strong enough, his physical body would not suffer any substantial damage. But this time, it was completely the same. This was a real lightning strike. There was no problem with Lin Yi's willpower, but after all, he was only a body of flesh and blood. Even if his physical body was much stronger than the average original soul stage, it was still not very possible for him to withstand such a horrifying super lightning strike. At this time, Lin Yi's whole body was shrouded in a huge lightning pillar. He was trembling like a sieve. The pain was simply unimaginable to others. Lin Yi is dead this time. Even his bones have been electrocuted. Bao Suoyang was exultant. At this time, because of the super lightning pillar, others could no longer see Lin Yi's appearance clearly. They could only vaguely see a human-shaped skeleton inside. After all, it's 10 times the thunder tribulation. If he can even withstand this, he's not human. Su Kishing smiled and then said with some strange thoughtfulness, "Young Master Bao, did you notice that Lin Yi doesn't seem to have taken the Thunder Xian pill?" "Really? Did he forget to take it?" Bao Suoyang was suddenly stunned. Only then did he remember that Lin Yi's body did not have the symbolic buffer layer of the Thunder Xian pill. There was only one explanation, and that was that Lin Yi did not take the Thunder Xian pill beforehand. But how was that possible? No matter how he looked at it, this kid didn't look like the kind of person who would lack the Thunder Xian pill. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Such a powerful lightning strike, it's very normal for the Thunder Xian pill's buffer layer to be destroyed in an instant. Su Kishing shook his head. He also did not believe that Lin Yi would make such a low-level mistake. It doesn't matter if there is or not. Anyway, Lin Yi is going to die. Bao Suoyang said proudly. What the two didn't expect was that even though Lin Yi was suffering from such a terrifying lightning strike, he was still able to endure it. With his unparalleled willpower, he forcefully held his body that was about to reach the breaking point, and didn't turn into ashes just like that. At this time, as long as he could not die, he was bound to gain something. Lin Yi clearly felt that the originally not very strong thunder attribute spiritual root in his body, under the baptism of this super strong lightning strike, actually began to stir. It became the first of the 8 spiritual roots to be aroused. This feeling was like a seedling that had just sprouted. After being watered, it suddenly began to grow crazily. The thunder attribute spiritual root in Lin Yi's body at an incredible speed, unexpectedly absorbed all the lightning power, becoming more and more powerful. In the end, the thunder attribute spiritual root did not need Lin Yi to circulate his mental cultivation method. It took over everything by itself. It felt as if it had temporarily taken over Lin Yi's body, taking advantage of the opportunity to swallow the other spiritual roots. Ace attribute spiritual root, mist attribute spiritual root, metal attribute spiritual root, one after another, all the spiritual roots were swallowed. Lin Yi had never thought that the thunder attribute spiritual root, which had appeared the latest and weakest among the 8 spiritual roots, would actually overtake and become the master of everything. Chapter 4884. Lin Yi panicked. He couldn't let this go on. Although it was already far beyond his expectations to be able to merge 5 elements into one, his ultimate goal was still to merge 8 elements into one. Only by merging all 8 elements into one would he be the strongest. However, Lin Yi had no way of controlling the lightning tribulation. He could only watch as it grew weaker and weaker. When the last bit of lightning energy was exhausted, everything would be set in stone and could no longer be changed. However, at this moment, the lightning field above him suddenly grew stronger. In a short period of time, it had gathered another powerful lightning strike that was similar to the previous one. This made Lin Yi pleasantly surprised. It seemed like the thunder god was taking special care of him. Not only was this lightning tribulation 10 times stronger than others, it came again after another, as if afraid that it wouldn't kill him. Fortunately, he had received the lightning inheritance from the giant electric eel, and his resistance to lightning was more than 1,000 times stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to survive this time. What Lin Yi didn't know was that he didn't need to thank the thunder god who disliked him, but Bao Zhuoyang and Su Kexing. After all, they were the initiators of the super lightning tribulation duo. The two of them were at their wits' end. They never would have thought that Lin Yi wouldn't be blasted into smithereens in the face of such a terrifying lightning tribulation. He was even able to struggle on his deathbed. What kind of body did he have? If they couldn't kill Lin Yi this time and let him walk out of the lightning tribulation alive, they knew that they could forget about dealing with Lin Yi in the future, because there would never be a better opportunity than this one. Hence, Bao Zhuoyang and Su Kexing couldn't care less about the plan they had made earlier, and hurriedly added another 10 people's lightning tribulations. As for whether the target was a Morning Star disciple, this was no longer within their scope of consideration. Compared to striking Lin Yi to death, this was an insignificant matter. It was another wave of unparalleled pain, but Lin Yi was enjoying it at the same time. After experiencing the super strong lightning strike just now, this kind of pain was no longer unbearable for him. Moreover, it just happened to inject a strong force into the brand new spirit root that was about to be exhausted. It crazily devoured the remaining 3 spirit roots and couldn't stop. Fuck, is this guy even human? He's not dead yet. Bao Zhuoyang and Su Kexing were on the verge of going crazy as they watched Lin Yi struggle against the lightning tribulation once again without collapsing. Logically speaking, even the giants of the mountain opening period might not be able to withstand such a powerful thunder tribulation. Lin Yi was just an expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm, but he actually survived 2 thunder tribulations. The two of them thought that they had planned it very carefully in advance. Who would have thought that they would encounter such an undying freak? I don't care anymore. I must kill him this time. Flaws or not, we can talk about that later. As long as we don't have any evidence, we can just push the blame away when someone investigates. Bao Zhuoyang said fiercely. Yes, if we don't kill this Lin Yi this time, there will be endless trouble in the future. Let's not talk about whether or not we can deal with him in the future. When he comes back to his senses, he might suspect us. We must kill him at all costs. Su Kexing nodded heavily. The two looked at each other and gritted their teeth as they began to risk their lives. Basically, as long as they could see the thunder tribulation, they would move it to Lin Yi's head. Only Wang Xinyan and the others who were close to Lin Yi made them a little wary. They didn't dare do anything to them, just in case there were too many flaws. But this was enough. There were more than 50 thunder tribulation points in the surroundings, and when the two began to risk their lives, it wouldn't just be a double thunder tribulation, it would be a triple thunder tribulation. The two were crazily attracting the thunder tribulation, and Lin Yi didn't notice it at all. He used this powerful thunder tribulation to forcefully fuse all 8 elements together, forming a new 8-compound spirit root. The other profound ascendant stage masters only had compound spirit roots, and triple compound spirit roots were already rare. Lin Yi's 8 compound spirit roots was completely unprecedented, and it would be hard to find another freak like him in the future. Thanks to these two, Lin Yi didn't just fuse all 8 spirit roots, but there was still a surge of thunder tribulation above his head. He might as well strike while the iron was hot, and further integration and refinement. Because the thunder attribute was the first to activate, Lin Yi's 8 compound spirit roots were mainly thunder attribute. Although this didn't hinder the use of other elements, the strongest element in his body was thunder attribute. This was something unimaginable in the past. Don't forget that lightning wasn't a main part of Lin Yi's attack and defense system. At most, he relied on his unparalleled speed advantage and used it as a distraction. Against a strong opponent, it wouldn't do any real damage at all. But now it was different. The power of thunder tribulation had strengthened by hundreds and thousands of times in a short period of time. If he waved his hand, it wouldn't be a thin electric arc anymore, but a real powerful lightning strike. The key was that it wasn't over yet. The endless thunder tribulation above his head was constantly refining his new 8 compound spirit roots, and it was also further strengthening the power of thunder tribulation in his body. At this time, the thunder tribulation was no longer a torture for him, but a real enjoyment. It was like eating a big supplement. No matter how much thunder tribulation came, it would be enough. The feeling of the power in his body growing rapidly could only be described with one word: cool. Boom. Boom. The 10 times thunder tribulation bombarded the top of Lin Yi's head continuously, and it looked like the end of the world was coming. At this time, there weren't many people who dared to stay and watch. After all, even if they were given such a terrifying thunder tribulation spot, they wouldn't dare to take it. At this time, standing far away, they would be struck by the dissipating thunder and lightning from time to time. A slight scratch would make them feel like dying. If they were to sit in the thunder tribulation spot, they wouldn't even dare to imagine the feeling. They weren't immortal cockroaches like Lin Yi, who couldn't move even when his bones were electrocuted. If they were in Lin Yi's position, they would have died even if they had 100 lives. At this time, not only the onlookers, but the entire path of giants had become anxious. When the news of the 10 times thunder tribulation spread out, everyone thought that it was a sign of the early arrival of the thunder tribulation. Although there had never been a situation where the thunder tribulation coincided with the thunder tribulation in the past, what if it did? No matter what, the sudden appearance of the 10 times thunder tribulation was definitely abnormal. To be safe, the disciples of the various academies who heard the news had the idea of escaping as soon as possible. Chapter 4885. If it was just fake news, then they would at most have to wait a few more years for the next path of giants to open. But if it was really the thunder burial, then they would lose everything if they lost their lives. As the instigators of all this, Bao Zhuoyang and Su Kexing did not care about the reactions of the people outside. The two of them stared at Lin Yi, who was in the middle of the thunder tribulation. They watched as Lin Yi became more and more relaxed under the thunder tribulation. Their eyes were about to bleed. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Bao Zhuoyang no longer had the arrogance and confidence he had at the beginning. At this moment, his whole person became hysterical. With a ferocious expression, he roared, "Impossible! He can't possibly withstand such a strong thunder tribulation. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Yes, it must be my eyes playing tricks on me. This guy has already been electrocuted to death. It's just that his body is stiff from the electricity. That must be it." At this moment, Lin Yi, who was in the middle of the thunder tribulation, changed into a more comfortable position, breaking this guy's self-deceiving fantasy on the spot. Bao Zhuoyang was stunned speechless. The muscles on his face twitched crazily. Compared to the calm Lin Yi, who was in the middle of the thunder tribulation, he looked more like he had been struck by lightning. Maybe he took a lot of profound thunder pills in advance. That's why he can withstand such a strong thunder tribulation. Su Kushing frowned. He could not think of any other explanation. However, the profound thunder pill could only form a layer of lightning buffer on the surface of the body. In the end, the power of the lightning would still enter the body. It was just that the method was more gentle. He had never heard of anyone being able to withstand such a terrifying thunder tribulation after taking a lot of profound thunder pills. After all, no matter how gentle and harmless the method was, so much lightning power could not be fake, right? As long as it was a human, he should have exploded. How could he be completely fine? No matter how many profound thunder pills he took, I must kill him this time. I must kill him. Bao Zhuliang did not care about that at all. Right now, all he could think of was to kill Lin Yi at all costs. Originally, the lightning tribulations of 10 people had already reached the limit of the lightning guiding banner. He gritted his teeth and made a determined effort to give Lin Yi a super lightning tribulation that was 15 times stronger. Lin Yi was happy, but Bao Zhuliang was out of luck. Previously, Bao Zhuliang had mobilized 3 lightning tribulations that were 10 times stronger than normal. The lightning guiding banner was so hot that it was on the verge of burning. Now, he had to face a lightning tribulations that were 15 times stronger than normal. No matter how good the quality of the lightning tribulations was, it could not withstand such torment. Chi! Under the extremely high load, the lightning guiding banner was finally unable to withstand it. A spark suddenly appeared on its surface, and it was instantly burned to ashes. Ah! Bao Zhuliang and Su Kushing were dumbfounded at the same time. They stared blankly at the pile of ashes in front of them, unable to react. The lightning guiding banner did not kill Lin Yi, but instead burned itself to ashes. What kind of bullshit situation was this? After staring blankly for a long time, Bao Zhuliang suddenly cried out in pain. With a sullen face, he murmured, "My 12 million spirit jades." The lightning guiding banner was something that he had previously obtained in a large-scale auction for a total of 12 million spirit jades. Although its use was limited, it was comparable to a divine artifact in a special occasion like the Path of a Tyrant. Naturally, its price was ridiculously high. Even with his net worth as the city lord's son, 12 million spirit jades was enough to make his heart bleed. The reason why Bao Zhuliang had originally obtained this item was because he had the intention of preparing for the Path of a Tyrant. However, the main reason was because of a sudden impulse. In fact, after bidding for it on the spot, he regretted it. This time, he was able to use it to deal with Lin Yi. It was a rare opportunity to make the best use of it. According to Bao Zhuliang's plan, after using it, he would secretly sell the lightning guiding banner on the black market. On one hand, he could destroy the evidence, and on the other hand, he could recoup his capital. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the end, not only was the evidence destroyed, but the 12 million spirit jades were also destroyed. This time, Bao Zhuliang had really suffered a great loss. Forget it, it's not too much of a loss to buy Lin Yi's life with 12 million spirit jades. Bao Zhuliang could only comfort himself like this. He could see that Lin Yi was already struggling when the lightning tribulation was 10 times stronger than before. This time, it was 15 times stronger than before. It would definitely be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Even a mountain opening stage tyrant could be struck to death. How could Lin Yi, who was merely a nascent soul-perfected expert, not die? This. Young Master Bao, why don't we leave? Su Kushing, who was at the side, pulled Bao Zhuliang with a bitter smile. At this time, he clearly saw a figure slowly walking out of the lightning tribulation point. If it was not Lin Yi, who else could it be? Damn! Bao Zhuliang's eyes widened and he was speechless. He looked at Lin Yi as if he was looking at a ghost. To be able to survive 15 times stronger lightning tribulation, and looking at his expression, he was actually very relaxed. Was he a human or a ghost? Seeing Lin Yi's gaze sweeping over, the two of them immediately felt their hearts in their throats. They hurriedly hid behind the huge boulder. Although they could not kill Lin Yi, the two of them had done something wrong. If they were to look at Lin Yi directly, they might expose themselves. Run! Hurry up and run! Bao Zhuliang did not have the time to be angry. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he turned around to leave. He did not dare to stay in this place any longer. Even 15 times stronger lightning tribulation could not kill Lin Yi. What was even more ridiculous was that he actually succeeded in breaking through to the profound ascension stage. Facing such a terrifying monster, if they did not run now, were they going to stay and wait for death? The more the two of them thought about it, the more scared they became. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Yi had not noticed them, they hurriedly ran away. In fact, the two of them were thinking too much. Lin Yi did not even suspect that the two of them were behind this. He thought that it was because he had too many attributes, especially the lightning attribute, which had become a lightning rod. That was why he attracted a super lightning tribulation that was far beyond ordinary people. Looking around at the other lightning tribulation spots, what made Lin Yi feel strange was that other than Bao Zhuliang and Su Qixing who had left at some point, no one else had broken through, including Wang Xinyan and the others. Could it be that they were affected by him? Lin Yi could not help but wonder. Could it be that because he was a lightning rod, he attracted the lightning tribulation of the people around him? It had to be said that this guess was very reliable. It was just that Lin Yi was not a natural lightning rod, but a man-made one. He was being manipulated by those two cowards behind the scenes. At this time, there were no onlookers around. Most of the people had been scared away. The few who were left were brave people, but even when they saw Lin Yi come out, they did not have the slightest intention of coming over. Chapter 4886. If they got too close and accidentally made this ruthless person unhappy, they wouldn't even know how they died. Moreover, although Lin Yi's thunder retribution point was empty, after seeing such a terrifying thunder retribution just now, who would dare to use it? It was better to be patient and wait for the others to see the situation. Lin Yi did not pay attention to these people, nor did he leave directly. Instead, he stayed to protect everyone. With him and the protection of the formation, everyone had no worries about breaking through to profound ascension. Without Bao Zhuliang and Su Qixing secretly causing trouble, after a short while, everyone finally triggered the thunder retribution again and officially began to break through to profound ascension. Lin Yi was naturally most concerned about Wang Xinyan, Wang Xiaotao, and Hui Yudi. Looking at their painful expressions, Lin Yi wished he could replace them, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Although the three women had all taken the Thunder Xian pill, which could greatly reduce the pain brought by the thunder retribution, the power of the thunder and lightning still had to enter their bodies. This process was still very painful for them, who did not have the thunder attribute spirit root. However, cultivators had always been against the heavens. If they couldn't even stand this pain, then don't even think about breaking through to profound ascension. The only thing Lin Yi could do was to stay on the side and watch, waiting for the three women to break out of their seclusion. In less than half a day, Wang Xinyan finally broke out of her seclusion. After all, she was the proud disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Her strength was far stronger than the average master of the same level. Naturally, her breakthrough was more natural. The next to break out was Hui Yudi. Her cultivation talent was only slightly inferior to Wang Xinyan's, and she had been stuck in the Yuanian great perfection for many years. Her foundation was deep, so this time she broke through to profound ascension was a typical example of good preparation. Her successful advancement was expected. Lin Yi couldn't help but be overjoyed. In this way, 3 of the 4 of them had succeeded, and the last one left was Wang Xiaotao. However, as time passed, Wang Xiaotao's progress was not as smooth as Wang Xinyan's and Hui Yudi's. This was actually not difficult to understand. 3 months ago, she was still at the golden core stage. Now, her strength was purely based on the 7 vitality cultivating pills. Even if she was a perfect nascent soul like Lin Yi, it was inevitable that her foundation was insufficient. If it was just a fight, it wouldn't have much of an effect on the surface. But at the final juncture of breaking through to profound ascension, a lack of foundation would be a fatal flaw. At the very least, it wouldn't be as smooth as Wang Xinyan and Hu Yudi's. The entire process would become very difficult, and the chances of failure would be very high. Before entering, the alliance leader had already said that the first attempt at profound ascension was extremely important. If they failed this time, it would be even more difficult to try again in the future. It was practically impossible to succeed. In other words, once Wang Xiaotao failed, she would basically have no fate with the profound ascension stage and could only stop at the peak nascent soul stage. After seeing this, Wang Xinyan and Hui Yudi immediately lost their joy of advancing. They could only stay by Lin Yi's side anxiously, praying for Wang Xiaotao. Something's wrong. Lin Yi suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Wang Xinyan and Hui Yudi looked at each other. Look, the thunder above Xiaotao has begun to weaken, but it looks like her spirit root hasn't been completely integrated yet. Lin Yi said worriedly. Really? Wang Xinyan was shocked to see this. At this time, Wang Xiaotao's expression was indeed very complicated. In addition to the stimulation of the thunder power, only the integration of the spirit root would be so painful. Right, I also feel that the thunder isn't as strong as I imagined. In the end, it's a little not enough to temper the spirit root. Fortunately, I integrated it fast enough, or else I might have failed. Hui Yudi said with lingering fear. The thunder was undoubtedly a kind of torture, but at the same time, it was an indispensable source of power for the integration of the spirit root. Once the thunder weakened at the end, it was inevitable that everything would fail. This was something that Lin Yi deeply understood. Actually, it's not just you and Xiaotao's thunder is weaker. Look at the others, their thunder is much weaker than the ones we saw on the way here. Lin Yi shook his head. Oh right, now that you mention it, it's really true. Wang Xinyan and Hui Yudi finally noticed this and couldn't help but ask curiously, why is that? I'm not sure, but the strength of the thunder I attracted before was dozens of times stronger than yours, and not just once. Perhaps it was affected by me. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Dozens of times stronger. The two girls were shocked at the same time. They checked Lin Yi from head to toe with lingering fear, and only relaxed when they saw that he wasn't injured. They looked at each other. As the three of them spoke, the thunder on Wang Xiaotao's side became weaker and weaker, and it looked like it was about to disappear. Seeing this, Lin Yi panicked. They were going to fail. Thinking quickly, Lin Yi looked around and found that there was no one watching. The remaining two saw that Lin Yi didn't have any intention of interfering, so they quickly sneaked into Wang Xinyan and Hui Yudi's thunder spot. This was called the bold die from overeating, the timid die from starvation. It's over. Wang Xinyan and Hui Yudi's hearts tightened at the same time. If the thunder dissipated halfway, Wang Xiaotao would really fail this time. At this time, lightning suddenly flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he raised his hand to add a lightning strike. This scene really shocked the two girls. They knew that Lin Yi could use the power of thunder and lightning, but in the past, it was at most a thin electric arc. How could it be as thick as this bucket in front of them? The thunder was already gradually weakening, but after Lin Yi added such a strike, it suddenly became amazing again. Although it didn't last long, Wang Xiaotao was already at the last moment. This time, Lin Yi's lightning strike caused her to suffer additional pain, but it also helped her to successfully fuse with the spirit root, breaking out of seclusion and becoming a new profound ascension master. Great! Wang Xinyan and Hui Yudi were overjoyed, but when they turned to look at Lin Yi, they had an expression as if they were looking at a monster. Lin Yi's move just now was too shocking, even they couldn't accept it for a moment. The power of a casual lightning strike was comparable to the thunder tribulation, then wouldn't Lin Yi be able to easily help others pass the tribulation? This was simply a living thunder tribulation spot. Although the profound ascension early stage and the nascent soul great perfection could not be mentioned in the same breath, there were two completely different realms of strength, but wasn't Lin Yi's strength increased too exaggerated? A casual lightning strike was comparable to the thunder tribulation, then wouldn't Lin Yi really be invincible in the profound ascension stage in the future? Chapter 4887. In fact, they had all misunderstood. Lin Yi's attack just now was his strongest attack, and it was because his body had just absorbed a lot of lightning power that had not yet been integrated. If he were to do it again, even Lin Yi's strongest attack would not be as strong as it was just now. In the end, Lin Yi was only a mysterious ascending stage master, and he had just advanced successfully. His strength had not completely stabilized yet. Even if he was an unprecedented 8th spirit profound ascending stage master, it was impossible for him to casually summon lightning punishment. That would be too exaggerated. Everyone is here, everyone succeeded, that's great. Huang Xiaotao was a little weak, but when she saw everyone, she was still excited. All 4 of them had succeeded, it was a cause for celebration. Hee, you should rest a little. How about a 7th stage recover pill to replenish your energy? Lin Yi laughed. Huang Xiaotao's breakthrough this time was very difficult. At this time, she was almost exhausted, so it was normal for her to be weak. No need. I'll be fine after a rest. Let's save it for an emergency. Huang Xiaotao waved her hand, and then said to everyone with some joy, speaking of which, I was really lucky just now. There were actually 2 lightning punishments. If it wasn't for that, I would have definitely failed. I was really scared just now. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This girl was still in the dark. Silly girl, you are indeed lucky, but this luck is not given by the heavens, but by him. Wang Xinyan smiled and pointed at Lin Yi. Ah. What do you mean? Huang Xiaotao was confused. Sister Xiaotao, Lin Yi was the one who added the 2nd bolt of lightning to you, Hui Yuri explained on her behalf. Are you serious? You can even add lightning punishment. Huang Xiaotao was shocked as well. She had always blindly worshipped Lin Yi's strength, but she never thought that it would be this exaggerated. Even a mountain opening master might not be able to do something like this, let alone a mystic ascending master. It was simply subverting common sense. The situation this time is special. Next time, it won't be so powerful. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. In fact, releasing such a powerful lightning strike just now made him feel very happy in his heart. However, it would be difficult to have such an experience in the future. Of course, it was not completely impossible for it to happen again. If he could accumulate additional lightning power in his body like he did just now, it was still possible for him to achieve the feat of controlling lightning tribulation again. However, the conditions for that were too harsh and could not be achieved under normal circumstances. The 4 of them successfully broke through without any mishap. Lin Yi and the 3 women were in a good mood and did not leave. Instead, they chatted and laughed as they waited for the others to break through. After waiting for about a week, all the Morning Star disciples finally came out. Hui Yuri's friends from the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy also came out one after another. In the end, some were happy, while others were sad. To be more precise, 1 was happy, while 10 were sad. In the past, under the best circumstances of the Path of Giants, nearly 30% of the disciples would eventually advance. However, because they were implicated this time, the lightning tribulations that they attracted were generally weaker. Although the danger was greatly reduced, and even those disciples who did not prepare the lightning Xian core did not suffer any serious injuries. There was a huge after effect. Almost everyone was in the same situation as Huang Xiaotao, where the lightning tribulations were insufficient. However, they did not have such good treatment as Huang Xiaotao. Lin Yi would not be so bored as to give them lightning tribulations. In fact, even if he wanted to, the power of the lightning strikes would not be enough. In the end, other than Lin Yi and the other three, as well as Bao Zuoyang and Su Kexing who had left long ago, only 5 out of the nearly 50 people succeeded in breaking through. Furthermore, every process seemed especially difficult and lucky. If their luck had been slightly worse, they would probably have failed like the other unlucky people. In other words, if Lin Yi and the others were not included, the success rate of the remaining people was a pitiful little more than 10%. Compared to the previous path of giants, such a miserable ratio was definitely at the bottom. It was difficult to find someone worse than them. It could only be said that this group of people was really unlucky to have met Lin Yi. Of course, this could not be blamed on Lin Yi. If there was anyone to blame, it could only be Bao Zuoyang and Su Kexing. If not for these two fellows, they would not have been so miserable. It could be said that it was their misery that made Lin Yi shine. Otherwise, how could he be an expert of the 8th spirit profound realm? Don't even think about it. They did not succeed, but fortunately, they were not seriously injured. It could be considered a blessing in misfortune. Everyone could only smile bitterly and comfort themselves. What made Lin Yi a little surprised was that Qin Yu was among the 5 people who succeeded in breaking through to the profound ascension realm. So many people had failed, and those who could still succeed in this situation were not ordinary people. It could be seen that this Qin Yu was not simple. Seeing Lin Yi's gaze sweep over, Qin Yu quickly nodded gratefully. However, perhaps because there were too many people, she did not dare to say it in public and could only silently thank him. To be honest, she was able to successfully advance this time. On one hand, it was because she had the strength, but on the other hand, it was because of the Thunder Xian core that Lin Yi gave her. It was because of the Thunder Xian core that she could focus on fusing with the spirit root. Otherwise, if she had to endure the pain of the thunder tribulation while condensing the spirit root, there was a high chance that she would fail. In addition to Qin Yu, there was also a familiar face among the 5 people. That was Lu Xiaozhong. This guy was worthy of being the son of a mountain opening stage giant. Not only did he follow his father's rogue style, even his strength was not small. Among the 5 people, he was the one who had the easiest time breaking through to the profound ascension realm. Seeing that everyone had come out, Lin Yi said, "Everyone, it's rare to come to the path of a giant. I plan to go inside and take a look. If you have any ideas, you can come with me. If you don't want to, I won't force you. However, I suggest that you try to go together. After all, there are a few masters of the profound ascension stage among you, so no one should come to trouble you." The implication was that if everyone was alone, it would be hard to say. In this kind of place, killing people and robbing treasures was a very normal thing, especially when most of them were at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Once they were targeted by a master of the profound ascension stage, they wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Although the path of a giant was filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they also needed to be strong enough to enter. A freak like Lin Yi naturally didn't care, but they didn't have the confidence to do so. Chapter 4888. Not only them, even these newly advanced early-stage profound ascension experts were shaking their heads at this moment. Breaking through to the profound ascension realm had already exhausted them. Although heavenly materials and earthly treasures were good, if they were greedy and rashly went deeper, it might turn a good thing into a bad thing. "Master Lin, we have the will but not the strength. We really don't dare to stay in this place for long. Please forgive us." Everyone looked at each other and said, "Oh, it's fine. Then everyone can leave together. We can take care of each other. Lin Yi smiled. Although he was surprised that so many people chose to leave at the same time, there was no need to force it. After all, everyone had their own ambitions. Master Lin, take care. Everyone immediately cupped their hands and said their goodbyes. This time, Lin Yi, as the temporary leader, found a thunder retribution point for each of them. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they still remembered Lin Yi's kindness. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, they probably wouldn't even be able to get a thunder retribution point, let alone break through to the profound ascension realm. Everyone, take care. Lin Yi nodded. Seeing that Qin Yu also left with the crowd, and the two male disciples from the Morning Star Academy were still by her side, he couldn't help but frown. However, Lin Yi didn't say much. Now was not the time to ask. Whatever secrets Qin Yu had, they could wait until they returned to the Morning Star Academy. After watching the group of Morning Star Academy disciples leave, Hui Yudi, who was at the side, suddenly had a somewhat awkward expression. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I also have to go back, ah. Lin Yi was stunned. He thought that he would be able to spend more time with Hui Yudi. He didn't expect that even she would have to leave. Before I came out this time, Master had repeatedly warned me that no matter what, I must advance and retreat with the disciples from the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy. No matter if I succeed or not, I must leave as soon as possible. Hui Yudi smiled bitterly. She also wanted to stay with Lin Yi, but it was hard to disobey Master's orders. If that's the case, then you should go back first. Anyway, we won't have to worry about not having a chance to meet again in the future. Be careful on the road. Lin Yi immediately nodded. Yeah, you too. Hui Yudi gave Lin Yi a light hug, unwilling to part with him. She turned around to say goodbye to Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Take care of yourselves, sisters. I'll be taking my leave first. We'll meet again. Come to Morning Star to play with us when you're free. Huang Xiaotao laughed, but immediately realized that Morning Star Academy and Morning Pride Academy were sworn enemies. As a proud disciple of Morning Pride Academy, how could Hui Yudi casually come to Morning Star Academy? Wouldn't that be drawing hatred for no reason? Seeing her embarrassed expression, Hui Yudi couldn't help but smile. In fact, you two sisters can also go to Soaring Cloud Academy when you have time. Fei Fei is there, and us four sisters can get together. That's good. We can make a mahjong table. Wang Xinyan glanced at Lin Yi flirtatiously. This guy's luck with women was really good. He had only been in Sky Class Island for 2 years, and he already had so many sisters. Each of them was more noble than the last, and each of them was more beautiful than the last. Wang Xinyan really didn't know what to say. Lin Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose and asked, "Oh right, Yudi, are you still going to Morning Pride Academy, or are you going to the Mystic Ocean soon?" That won't be the case. Although profound ascending stage masters usually don't stay in golden class academies for too long, the mystic schools in the Mystic Ocean don't just randomly recruit disciples. You have to wait for the notice. Otherwise, it'll be useless even if you go early. Hui Yudi shook her head. Yes, it's the same for Morning Star Academy. I heard from Master that on the day of the Mystic Academy's open disciple selection, all the Golden Class Academies will send their profound ascending stage disciples together. Along the way, we'll compete with each other to see who sends the most profound ascending stage disciples and who is the strongest. Wang Xinyan followed. That's good. Even if we don't have the chance before then, we'll be able to meet again when we go to the Mystic Ocean. Yudi, we'll meet again. Lin Yi relaxed. We'll meet again. Hui Yudi nodded and reluctantly said goodbye to everyone. Only then did she leave with her companions. The people from Morning Star Academy and Hui Yudi also left. At this time, there were only 3 people left beside Lin Yi. Needless to say, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, and the other one was Lu Xiaozhong. This guy was a real exception. Although he didn't know Lin Yi for long, he remembered his father Lu Dachang's instructions very well. No matter what he did, he would follow wherever Lin Yi went. Anyway, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. If Lin Yi ate the meat, he would more or less get some soup. Lin Yi and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was just like his dad, a weirdo. Fortunately, he'd been obedient the whole way, and hadn't caused any trouble for them. So they let him follow them. At most, he'd help them out a little in times of danger. Let's go and see the path of a tyrant. We won't have the chance to come again next time. Lin Yi waved his hand and personally led the way for everyone. Although it was safe to walk along the main road, they definitely wouldn't see anything good. So he once again led everyone into the desolate forest path. The dense fog was desolate and uninhabited. From time to time, there would be one or two strange cries coming from the surroundings. They didn't know what kind of creature it was, but it was creepy. What the hell is this place? Lu Xiaozhong looked around at the misty surroundings and felt a chill down his spine. Lin Yi had brought them through small paths before, and he was only a perfected nascent soul cultivator back then, but it didn't feel as creepy as it was now. After all, at that time, all the disciples of Morning Star Academy were moving together. There were many people and they were relatively close to the exit of the teleportation array. Normally, there wouldn't be any terrifying things, so they were still quite confident. But now, Lu Xiaozhong faintly felt as if something was staring at him, which made him feel creepy. But if he used his divine sense to sense it, he couldn't feel anything. Wasn't this like seeing a ghost in broad daylight? I also feel a little weird. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were affected by him and couldn't help but shrink their necks. They subconsciously moved closer to Lin Yi. Only by Lin Yi's side could they find a sense of security. Don't be nervous, everyone, just be a little more careful. After all, this is the path of a tyrant. If there aren't any powerful things, then what kind of treasures can we hope to find? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Chapter 48-89. As they spoke, a black shadow flitted across the misty sky. It looked like a giant bird, but they couldn't see what it looked like. All they knew was that it was extremely fast as any flying spirit beast Lin Yi had seen before. The jade on his chest suddenly sounded a warning, and Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. He grabbed Xinyan and Xiaotao with one hand and kicked Lu Xiaozhong away at the same time. Xinyan and the others didn't even have time to react before a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, right where they were standing. This bolt of lightning was as thick as a bucket, and judging from its power, it shouldn't be weaker than Lin Yi's lightning strike from before. If it weren't for the jade warning, Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to dodge it with the speed of lightning. Even if they didn't die, they'd be heavily injured. That was close. Lu Xiaozhong looked up at the sky with lingering fear. Before he could wipe away the footprints left by Lin Yi, his eyes widened. Another bolt of lightning. But this time, it wasn't aimed at them, but at Lin Yi. The interval between the two strikes was too short, and even though Lin Yi had the jade warning, he couldn't dodge in time. He could only push the two girls away. No matter how fast he was, there was no way he could outrun lightning. Boom! The lightning struck right on top of Lin Yi's head, giving Xinyan and the others quite a fright. This lightning was comparable to a small tribulation lightning, and it was enough to kill someone if it hit their body. But before they could show their worried expressions, they saw Lin Yi stretching his body as if nothing had happened. Looking at him, there wasn't a single injury on his body. Are you okay? Xinyan and Xiaotao, on the other hand, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Lu Xiaozhong, on the other hand, had just gotten up from the ground when he saw what was happening. I'm fine. Lin Yi shook his head nonchalantly. He, too, had broken out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was a master of electricity himself. As long as the power of the lightning didn't exceed his level by too much, it wouldn't cause much damage. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Lin Fan was really fine. Lu Xiaozhong secretly stuck out his tongue. His dad was right. This Master Lin was simply an unreasonable monster. He couldn't care less about the expressions on everyone's faces as he raised his head to look at the blurry silhouette in the sky, prepared for a few more bolts of lightning. He wasn't afraid of it, but Xinyan and the others wouldn't be able to handle it. However, the black shadow seemed to be a little surprised. It circled above everyone's head a few times, and after Cha-Cha made two strange sounds, it quickly disappeared into the clouds. That bird left. Scared away by Master Lin. Lu Xiaozhong was shocked by Lin Yi. He didn't know what kind of bird it was, but he was sure that it was a rare bird. He'd never heard of a bird that could produce lightning like a lightning strike. But what shocked him even more was that the bird flew away after seeing that Lin Yi was unharmed. Didn't it get scared away by Lin Yi? Scared away by me? How is that possible? Lin Yi shook his head, speechless. He used his spirit to look for the ghost and asked, "Senior, what kind of spirit beast was that?" "A lightning eagle." The ghost said with a sigh, "This kind of eagle is very rare. It can't be found in the base camp of the South Island. I didn't expect to see it in this place. But it's no wonder. They live with thunder and lightning. It's hard to find a more suitable place for them to live than Thunderous Plain Island. It's so powerful. That lightning strike is comparable to a lightning strike. If I didn't get a warning, something bad would have happened." Lin Yi said with lingering fear. In the past, the lightning eagle could be mentioned in the same breath as the ghost-eyed eagle king of the eagle royal family, but because of their scarcity, they couldn't compete with the ghost-eyed eagle king. This is an expert in playing with thunder and lightning. The one just now should be close to adulthood. Even if its strength hasn't reached the mountain opening stage, it should at least be at the profound ascension great circle. Especially in this place that is covered with thunderclouds, it is enough to easily fight against enemies of a higher level. No wonder it's so fierce. But why did it fly away after striking me once? Are lightning eagles so easy to negotiate with? Lin Yi asked curiously. Easy to negotiate. This is a famous eagle. A lightning eagle dares to challenge 4 or 5 ghost-eye eagle kings. Do you think they're easy to negotiate with? The ghost couldn't help but laugh. Then why did it let us go? Lin Yi was getting more and more confused. He didn't think that he was the one who intimidated the lightning eagle. Although he didn't have close contact with it, he could feel that he was no match for it. At most, he could use his advantage of not being afraid of lightning to fight it. As for Wang Xinyan and the others, they wouldn't be able to block a single strike from the eagle. It probably thought that you're one of its kind. That's why it didn't continue to attack. The ghost laughed. One of its kind. Lin Yi froze. His first reaction was disbelief, but he quickly recovered. It was normal for a spirit beast at the lightning eagle's level to be able to take on a human form. Lightning eagles were probably the only ones that could do that, too. Lightning eagles were probably the only ones that could do that. After the lightning eagle's interlude, Lin Yi continued to lead the group forward. This time, Wang Xinyan and the others' expressions were much more serious. They had to be careful with every step they took. Previously, because he had just become a mysterious ascended early-stage expert, he was a little overconfident. However, after seeing the power of the lightning eagle, he finally knew that the path of a tyrant was indeed filled with danger. A mere mysterious ascended early-stage strength was not safe at all. If he was not careful, he would really die. But very quickly, they showed a shocked expression again. It wasn't because of a dangerous spirit beast, but but because the scene in front of them was too dreamy. The ground was filled with treasures. Whether it was Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan, Huang Xiaotao, or Lu Xiaozhong, they were all people who had seen the world. They had seen all kinds of treasures, but they had never seen a scene like this. Treasures were everywhere like weeds. They could be trampled to death with just 2 steps. What the fuck is this? When did spirit herbs become cabbages? Lu Xiaozhong's eyes were wide open. Chapter 4890. Should we pick some then? Huang Xiaotao turned her head. Of course, wouldn't it be a wasted trip otherwise? Lin Yi smiled faintly. These herbs weren't as rare as the thunder cane vine, but they were all of high quality and could be sold for a high price outside. After checking the surroundings and making sure there was no danger, the group started picking the herbs eagerly. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, on the other hand, knew their stuff and picked the rare high-level herbs. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything at all. The herbs here were good, but his storage in the jade space had reached a certain size, and he didn't need to go on a rampage. At most, he'd catch a glimpse of some rare herbs, and Lin Yi would pick a few of them. Lu Xiaozhong, on the other hand, coveted the herbs on the ground, but he didn't know a thing about them. Most of the time, he couldn't even tell the difference between wild grass and herbs. Asking him to do this was like forcing a duck onto a perch. In the end, he wasn't even picking for himself, but carrying the bags for Wang Xinyan and the others. They were busy picking as they moved forward, and Lin Yi suddenly stopped and gave the 3 a look. Xinyan and the other 2 acted as if they were facing a powerful foe. They quickly got into a defensive position, thinking that they'd run into some dangerous spirit beast again. After a while, they realized that they hadn't run into a spirit beast, but a person. Ni Kaiyue, Ni Xianzi, stop looking and hand it over. Don't think that your followers will come and save you here. I advise you not to think too much. A feminine man's voice suddenly came from not far ahead. You're right. Don't think too much. A feminine man's voice suddenly came from not far ahead. Chang Lading, it's you. It was a girl, and her voice sounded sweet and innocent. Of course it's me, Ni Xianzi. Your little tricks might be able to get rid of your followers, but it's child's play in front of me. It's not even a trick, it's just child's play, ha 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 ha. The feminine man laughed. You're shameless, trying to steal my stuff. The girl was furious. So what? Scream, scream, and see if anyone will come to save you. Ha, now that you mention it, it's really funny. If you didn't think that you could get rid of those followers, to be honest, I really couldn't do anything to you. In your eyes, they are just flies and bugs, but in fact, they are your saviors. It's just that you got rid of your saviors. Isn't that funny? The feminine-looking man sneered disdainfully. It seemed that he had been dumped by a woman before. You despicable bastard, you even dare to rob me. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? The woman panicked. Exposed? I am the Tao companion designated by your master. Even if you run out and tell others that I snatched you away, would anyone believe you? Ha 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 ha. The feminine man laughed again. No, someone will definitely believe me. Master will definitely believe me. The woman's panicked voice clearly revealed her lack of confidence. It could be seen that even she did not have full confidence in her master. Why don't you give it a try? Let's see if that old thing will help you or me. Little girl, it's your fault for not agreeing to me. It's your fault for not giving me a good face no matter what. How about it? You're scared to tears, right? If you listened to that old thing and followed me, then today's matter wouldn't have happened. Are you regretting it now? Wahahaha. The feminine-looking man said proudly. Lin Yi and the others looked at each other with strange expressions. The matter was already very clear. It was common to kill people and steal their treasures, but it was the first time they had seen someone steal their own Dao companion. Strange things really happened every day. Today was especially strange. Lin Yi was speechless. There was only one thought in his mind now. Was this man a pervert? If not, what man would steal his Dao companion? If he didn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex, could he still be called a man? One had to know that even someone like Ren Zhongyuan, who Lin Yi didn't like, still knew how to treat women. Even if he couldn't get Hui Yudi, he'd still think of all sorts of ways to get on her good side. There was no way he'd kidnap Hui Yudi. But then again, what good stuff did this woman have on her that her Dao companion would be so greedy that he would disregard propriety and try to steal her? Chang Lading. Xinyan frowned, deep in thought. What's wrong? Lin Yi looked at her, a little surprised. I think I've heard of this person before. Xinyan frowned. She had been in the Eastern continent for a few years now, and although she didn't know much about the outside world, she had heard some rumors. Finally, she thought of a person. Could this person be one of the strongest original soul masters in the Eastern continent's Huang-class waters? Oh right, I remember now. Isn't this Chang Lading one of the 4 original soul masters? He's always been so arrogant. Lu Xiaozhong interrupted. Another one of the strongest original soul masters? There was Wang Dianqing before, and now there's this Chang Lading. Just how many original soul masters are there? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. By the way, what are these 4 original soul masters? Master Lin, you might not know this, but the 4 original soul masters are well known in the Eastern continent's Huang-class waters. Wang Dianqing from the Leidong Academy is the leader, and they're known as the strongest original soul masters in the Huang-class waters. Each of them has a strong background, and so they're called the 4 original soul masters. Chang Lading seems to be one of them. Lu Xiaozhong explained, his face full of mockery and disdain. It was obvious that he didn't like the 4 original soul masters. From now on, there will be no more original soul masters, because there's no strongest, only stronger. Huang Xiaotao looked at Lin Yi and giggled. That's for sure. Wang Dianqing isn't even comparable to a dog in front of our Master Lin, let alone the 4 young masters of the nascent soul realm. Lu Xiaozhong chuckled as he recalled the scene where Lin Yi sent Wang Dianqing flying with a slap. He was secretly pleased that Lin Yi had taken revenge for him. I don't count, I'm from the North Island. Lin Yi touched his nose awkwardly. At that moment, a sharp voice came from the other side. Who is it? Who's that? Then, a strong wave of energy came out, and the trees on both sides were flattened in an instant. The situation on both sides was clear. Chapter 4891. The man who spoke was dressed in white, and he looked like Chang Lading. No wonder he was listed as one of the 4 nascent soul princes. He had the demeanor of a young master. 3 steps in front of him was a woman in pink with a veil over her face. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, one could see that she had a voluptuous figure. Her body was as seductive as Hui Yudi's, and she had a kawaii temperament that made people unconsciously have a good impression of her. Seeing that Chang Lading was looking at them with an unfriendly expression, Lin Yi asked indifferently, "What's wrong with talking? Are people not allowed to talk?" "Oh, you're pretty good, aren't you?" Chang Lading's gaze immediately fell on Lin Yi. He carefully looked him up and down. Seeing that the other's aura was restrained and calm, he sneered, "Have you heard of my name, Chang Lading? I heard you say it yourself just now. Look, you're saying it again. Aren't you Chang Lading?" Lin Yi shrugged. "Since you know it's me, why don't you get lost?" Chang Lading didn't even bother to look at Lin Yi. His gaze fell on Wang Xinyan, and his expression was obviously a little different. Although Huang Xiaotao was also a stunning beauty, she was wearing a veil, and she wasn't famous in the East continent. It was normal that people didn't know her. However, Wang Xinyan was the third goddess, and she wasn't wearing a veil. Even if he didn't recognize her at first glance, he would definitely be able to recognize her after a short look. A graceful lady was a gentleman's desire. Even a nascent soul prince like Chang Lading would drool over a beauty like the third goddess. However, he didn't show his perverted side. Instead, he turned his head to look at the woman he was forcing, and his face showed a bit of surprise. Get lost? Why should I get lost? Lin Yi turned his head to Wang Xinyan and asked, is the path of a tycoon divided into regions? This place doesn't allow people from other academies to enter, so it belongs to them. Isn't it a place where everyone can come and go as they please? Xinyan couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile. She knew that Lin Yi had a weird personality, just like the first time she met him, when he'd screwed over those scammers on the train. It felt like a lifetime ago, but it was right before her eyes. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. I, little Lu, have never heard of such a rule. If this place is really not a place that can be casually entered, then wouldn't you be struck by lightning the moment you step in? It's really scary. Should I, little Lu, hide quickly? Lu Xiaozhong joked with a face full of ridicule. Listening to these words, Chang Lading was about to explode from anger. From head to toe, these two people simply didn't put him, the fourth young master of the nascent soul realm, in their eyes. This was simply preposterous. You! Tell me your name and your school. Chang Lading pointed at Lin Yi aggressively, knowing that he was the backbone of this group. He smiled coldly. I, Chang Lading, will give you a chance to tell me who you are. If you really have a good background, then I'll consider crippling you instead of killing you. I told you, these so-called fourth young masters of the nascent soul realm are all so cocky. It's rare to see someone this arrogant, isn't it? Lu Xiaozhong grinned. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao frowned. This was a very cocky tone. At first, they'd thought that he'd give in because he had a strong background, but now he was going to cripple someone even if he had a strong background. It seemed that there was nothing in the eastern continent that he was afraid of anymore. After all, Chang Lading wasn't just strong himself, he also had a strong background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become one of the fourth young masters of the nascent soul realm. I'm from the North Island, Lin Yi. Have you heard of me? Lin Yi said faintly. From the North Island. What bullshit. Chang Lading was stunned for a moment. Although he asked this question arrogantly, he also wanted to find out the background of the other party, in case he didn't know who he had provoked. He didn't expect that the other party was just a guy from the North Island. What was there to be afraid of from a weak place like the North Island? He didn't even have the right to ask a single question. He had been too careful to ask about the background of such a small fry, but it was no wonder that he was afraid. After all, the other party was with Wang Xinyan, one of the three fairies. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't be simple, right? Who knew it would be such a ridiculous answer? What about the North Island? Lin Yi didn't seem to be angry at all. Instead, he looked at the other party with interest. The North Island. In a place like the East Continent, anyone would think that the North Island is beneath them. If I were you, I wouldn't tell anyone where I came from. It's too embarrassing. You'll be laughed at. Chang Lading laughed and curled his lips in disdain. Don't tell me you're from the North Island. Even if you're a student from the Leidong Academy, it's all bullshit if Wang Dianqing doesn't personally ask me for you. Wang Dianqing. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Wang Xinyan and the others, who had a strange expression on their faces, and said faintly, that's a pity. I guess he won't be able to come. Nonsense. Wang Dianqing is a big shot. Why would he stand up for a nobody from the North Island like you? Chang Lading sneered. Wang Dianqing was the leader of the four young masters of the nascent soul realm. His strength and background were on par with Lin Yi. If Wang Jianxing came forward, Lin Yi would have to give him some face. However, Wang Jianxing was famous for being arrogant. He would only be friendly to people at the same level as him. Oh, I think you've misunderstood. I'm talking about him being crippled by me before. I don't think he'll be able to recover in a short time. Maybe he's still at the peak of the nascent soul realm. I don't think he'd dare to come to such a remote place. Lin Yi had a playful look on his face. Ha 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 ha. I didn't know that you're such an interesting guy. Chang Lading seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that he almost fell to the ground. Just when Chang Lading was about to burst into laughter, Lin Yi suddenly saw from the corner of his eye that the woman he had forced was carefully walking away. It seemed that she wanted to take this opportunity to escape. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little funny. He didn't say anything and pretended that he didn't see it. After all, no matter who was in her situation, they would want to escape secretly. It was human nature. Chapter 4892. Only a child would come up with such an unrealistic idea, right? This girl was really interesting. The woman's thoughts were beautiful, but it was a pity that she had only taken a few steps when Chang Lading noticed her. He immediately shouted, "Stop! Ni Kaiwe, it's okay if you want to leave, but you have to give me the thing first, or don't blame me for being rude." Ah! Ni Kaiwe was scared and stopped in panic. She tried to move away, but she didn't dare to run. She could only stand there, not knowing what to do. Lin Yi was speechless when he saw her like this. This Ni Kaiwe really didn't have a mind of her own. It was as if she had not seen the world at all. She had no experience at all. A simple sentence from the opponent scared her to the point of not daring to move. He really didn't know how she survived in the fierce competition in the East Continent. Alright, she's already so pitiful, and you still want to rob her. She's your cultivation partner, isn't she? Lin Yi said. Kid, don't you know that sticking your nose in other people's business will get you killed? I was going to let you live, but now, I've changed my mind. Ni Kaiwe is so uncooperative because she hasn't seen blood yet. I'll use you as a warning to others. Chang Lading said with a murderous look. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he attacked Lin Yi brazenly. A pitch-black longsword had appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and without saying a word, he raised his hand and sent out a ray of sword chi. Wang Xinyan and the others' eyelids twitched. This sword chi was not only powerful, but more importantly, there were 3 colors of green, yellow, and red circulating on it. This meant that this sword chi contained 3 types of chi at the same time. This was a very rare 3-spirit profound master. No wonder this guy could be on the same level as Wang Jianxing. No wonder he could be one of the 4 nascent soul princes. When he was breaking through to the profound ascension realm, he could fuse 3 types of spiritual roots into one. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Wang Xinyan, Huang Xiaotao, and Lu Xiaozhong looked at each other and stepped back in unison. Ascending spirit profound practitioners were far stronger than their peers, but their target was Lin Yi. There was nothing to worry about. Even if it was Lin Yi before his advancement, he would not be at a disadvantage when facing such an opponent, not to mention that Lin Yi was now an early-stage profound ascension expert. They did not know that Lin Yi had an unprecedented compound 8 spiritual roots, but the scene of Lin Yi casually striking out was comparable to a lightning tribulation. They still remembered it clearly. Once they got serious, Lin Yi could easily kill this nascent soul 4th young master in one move. Everyone was sure of this. What surprised Xinyan and the others was the fact that Lin Yi didn't seem to be planning on finishing off Chang Lading in one move. Instead, he stepped to the side and dodged the attack. Yo! Your movement technique is quite fast. Chang Lading was slightly surprised. Since he knew that Lin Yi came from the North Island, he no longer paid attention to this person. Even if the other party was also a master who had just advanced to the early stage of profound ascension, he was still a vulnerable ant in front of him, not worth mentioning at all. But he didn't expect the other party to be able to dodge it so easily. Although the sword chi was just a casual attack, after all, it was a fusion of 3 types of spiritual roots. Whether it was speed or power, it was extraordinary. Ordinary masters of the same level couldn't avoid it. You flatter me. Lin Yi smiled faintly as if nothing had happened. He didn't have the slightest intention of fighting back. Instead, he looked at Chang Lading calmly. A waste from the North Island, just a little faster than ordinary people, you actually dare to pretend? What a joke. Today, I will let you broaden your horizons and let you see what is called the speed of a movement technique. Chang Lading couldn't help but get angry when he saw this. He glared coldly at Ni Kaiwa next to him. Don't even think about taking the opportunity to slip away. You know my speed. You'll regret it when the time comes. Behave yourself. Ah. Ni Kaiwa was so scared that she waved her hands repeatedly. She actually sat down directly on the spot with a determined look, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It's good to know what's good for you. If you don't, you'll end up like this waste from the North Island. Chang Lading suddenly shook his body and turned into a shadow as he went straight to Lin Yi. This guy isn't just for show. He's quite fast. Lu Xiaozhong curled his lips when he saw this. Although he didn't like the bullshit 4 young masters of the nascent soul realm, the speed that Chang Lading showed at the moment was indeed far above him. In the blink of an eye, Chang Lading had already crossed a distance of hundreds of feet and arrived in front of Lin Yi. He held the black sword high with one hand and chopped down. Not to mention the power, his starting gesture was already domineering. Let's see how you can run now. Chang Lading sneered. At this time, Lin Yi stood still as if his feet were rooted. In his opinion, his reaction was too slow and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Before he finished speaking, the black sword had already chopped down on the top of Lin Yi's head. There were still 3 colors of green, yellow, and red flowing on it, but it was different from before. This was not sword chi in the air, but a real black sword. Just now, at a distance of hundreds of feet, there was still a chance to avoid the sword chi in the air, but at this time, the black sword was on top of his head, so there was no way to avoid it. At least in the eyes of Chang Lading, a waste from the North Island would definitely not be able to avoid it. Lin Yi's heart slightly moved. Cyan represented wood, yellow represented metal, and red represented fire. This guy had 3 spiritual roots of wood, metal, and fire. It was almost impossible to have 3 kinds of true chi in one move at the same time. Before the profound ascension stage, even if it was a peak nascent soul cultivator, most of them could only cultivate a single attribute martial skill. The wood attribute was the wood attribute, the metal attribute was the metal attribute, and the fire attribute was the fire attribute. It was impossible to fuse 3 types of true chi together. Because the spiritual roots of various attributes repelled each other, the true chi of various attributes naturally had the same problem. Once they were forcibly gathered together, it was estimated that the user would be the first to suffer from the backfire due to the loss of control of the true chi. Lin Yi's 5 elements killing aura was a rare exception. It came from the move of the 5 poison flood dragon, and the 5 kinds of true chi reinforced and restrained each other in an endless cycle, which had naturally solved the problem of true chi repulsion. But after the mysterious ascension stage, because the spiritual roots of different attributes had been merged into one under the tempering of thunder tribulation, there would be no problem of true chi repelling each other. Because of this, the mysterious ascension stage was a qualitative change compared to the nascent soul realm. Chapter 4893. Once the two met, the difference would be overwhelming, much greater than the difference in the power of martial arts. Just like right now, Chang Lading's chi contained wood, gold, and fire. If he used a single attribute martial arts skill to fight against him, no matter which attribute it was, it would be restrained by him. If an expert of the same level was restrained by his chi attribute, the result could be imagined. It wasn't that he would have no power to fight back, but he would definitely be bullied from head to toe. The difficulty of turning the tables was even comparable to fighting an enemy of a higher level. "Are you scared, silly?" Chang Lading saw that Lin Yi was stunned in place for a long time, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious, but he wouldn't show mercy because of this. The black sword moved even faster, vowing to split Lin Yi in half. At the last moment, when even Wang Xinyan and the others were a little worried, Lin Yi finally moved. It wasn't his lightning strike that had skyrocketed in power, nor was it his killing move of the 5 elements, but a simple frenzy fist. Chang Lading saw this scene and suddenly grinned. The people from the North Island were really useless. Even if the East Continent had just advanced to the early stage of mysterious ascension, they must be familiar with the qualitative change after the mysterious ascension stage. It was the most basic common sense not to use a single attribute martial arts skill against an expert of the same level, because it would definitely be disadvantageous. However, before Chang Lading could laugh out loud, the black sword in his hand had already collided with Lin Yi's frenzy fist. The result was shocking. Chang Lading didn't manage to kill Lin Yi with one strike, instead, they both took half a step back, evenly matched. How is this possible? Chang Lading suddenly felt that his eyes were blurred. Although he didn't use his full strength in the sword just now, it was still a powerful move that combined 3 attributes. How could it be evenly matched with the opponent's single attribute martial arts skill? One must know that he was the dignified 4th young master of the nascent soul stage. With his strong foundation, he successfully broke through to the profound ascension stage. Moreover, he was a 3-spirit profound ascension stage expert. Not to mention Lin Yi, who came from the North Island, he could even fight against a profound ascension middle stage expert. How could he not even suppress the opponent's single attribute martial skill? After thinking about it, Chang Lading could only think of one possibility, and that was that his eyes were playing tricks on him. His opponent did not use a single attributed martial technique, but had mixed in another attribute. It was just that he was careless and did not notice it. In addition, he did not use his full strength in that sword strike, which allowed his opponent to escape by a fluke. What he did not know was that Lin Yi had only used the pure fire attribute martial technique, Frenzied Fire Fist. He was just experimenting on his opponent. After all, Lin Yi was not like other disciples of the East Continent Academy, who had not yet begun to break through to the profound ascension stage, and had already been taught all kinds of things after profound ascension. He had to rely on himself to explore everything, and this kind of exploration was obviously not enough to only observe and speculate. If he wanted to understand deeply, he had to do all kinds of experiments, and this former 4th young master of the nascent soul stage, Chang Lading, was a good test subject. Just now, Lin Yi had come to a conclusion that a single attribute martial skill was indeed at a great disadvantage against a multiple attribute martial skill. Otherwise, with his strength, a single Chang Lading would not be able to fight him evenly. Since a single attribute martial skill did not work, then should he try a double attribute martial skill? Seeing that Lin Yi did not even look at him, Chang Lading's face suddenly became embarrassed, and he said angrily, "Trash of the North Island, it seems that I have underestimated you. Being able to fight my sword strike with 30% of my strength, you do have some strength, but you will stop here. I will now let you see what is called the gap between a genius and a waste, 30% strength." When Lin Yi heard this, he smiled playfully, looked at him and said, "Then how much strength are you going to use next, 35% or 40%? Trash of the North Island, don't be too happy too early." Chang Lading's face turned red. It was true that he did not use his full strength in that sword strike, but if he said that it was only 30% strength, that would be pure bragging to make himself look good. No matter what, it was still 60% to 70% strength. As soon as his voice fell, Chang Lading suddenly stabbed his sword towards Lin Yi's face again, this time in anger, he used his full strength. The black sword suddenly rumbled with a strange explosion, the three colors of green, yellow, and red spinning on it wildly, and from time to time, it exploded out of nowhere like an explosion. Even Wang Xinyan and the others who were far away could feel the powerful force. To be able to die under my unique exploding sword, consider it your good fortune, go in peace. Chang Lading sneered. Exploding sword. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, the chi in front of him suddenly shot out and quickly retreated, at the same time taking the opportunity to carefully observe the three colors of flowing light on the opponent's black sword. Seeing this, Chang Lading caught up. The black sword was almost directly on Lin Yi's chest. The sound of the explosion was endless. It was also because of Lin Yi's chi protection, otherwise he would have been blown to pieces. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw this. The three attributes of wood, metal, and fire combined together, and this guy actually made the effect of the secular world explosive. This guy was also a talent. And from this point, it could be seen that before the other party entered the path of a giant, he should have had a special idea and even practiced, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to master this move in just a few days after advancing to profound ascension. After all, there was a qualitative change between profound ascension and nascent soul. People with slightly better talent may be able to quickly master the basic use of multiple attributes of chi, but if it was like Chang Lading, who could master the unique move of the exploding sword in a short period of time, the difficulty was not small. This was not as simple as carrying three attributes at the same time, but causing a certain kind of chemical reaction between the three attributes. If it was not specially prepared in advance, not to mention practicing it, it was estimated that it would not even be possible to think about it. This was the gap between the disciples of East Continent College and the Outer Island disciples. Their conditions were too good. Not only did they have a unique cultivation environment and resources, what was more rare was that they had the personal guidance of a master above the profound ascension stage, and they were prepared for what path they would take in the future. All of this was systematic and comprehensive guidance. Only in East Continent College could they have such conditions. On the other hand, most of the Outer Island disciples could only explore on their own like Lin Yi. If they all had the heaven-defying talent like Lin Yi, it would be fine, but unfortunately, how many Lin Yi in the world? Quite thick skin. Let's see how long you can last. Chang Lading saw that the exploding sword did not kill Lin Yi several times, and his heart suddenly became more and more surprised. He immediately increased his speed to the extreme. The black sword almost pierced into Lin Yi's chest, but it was blocked by the last layer of protective chi. Chapter 4894. Chang Lading couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Lin Yi using his pure energy to block the black sword and make a move to counterattack, looking no different from the frenzy fist he'd used before. Trying to fight me with a single element again. You only escaped because I didn't use my full strength. You really don't know what's good for you. You're hopelessly stupid. However, when Lin Yi made his move, Chang Lading's expression changed immediately. This wasn't a single-element frenzy fist, but a fusion of fire and earth elements. It was a dual-element technique that had undergone a qualitative change, just like his exploding sword. What came at him wasn't fire, but lava. The scene shocked Chang Lading. He knew that he'd underestimated this northern island trash. Lin Yi wasn't a country bumpkin who didn't know anything, but a sneaky guy who was pretending to be weak. I have 3 elements, and you only have 2. You think you can beat me? Chang Lading roared, and the power of his exploding sword was unleashed to the fullest. Although the main target was Lin Yi, everything within 10 miles was affected. Wang Xinyan and the others weren't hurt, but the treasures on the ground were. They were all blasted clean, and everyone looked at each other. This bastard was really wasting resources. Even so, Chang Lading wasn't able to gain any advantage over Lin Yi this time. The lava that Lin Yi had created was blown to smithereens, but Chang Lading himself was also forced back by the lava. From the looks of it, not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was actually at a disadvantage. After all, he was forced back by Lin Yi. How is this possible? You're just a piece of trash from the North Island, how could you block my exploding sword? Chang Lading finally looked at Lin Yi with some fear. Maybe it's just luck. Do you want to try again? Lin Yi said faintly. The lava fist was a move he had come up with at the last minute, and its power was much stronger than the single-element raging fire fist. It was true that multiple-element skills were stronger than single-element skills, this was the truth. Of course it's luck. Do you really think you're my opponent? You're just a Northern Island trash, who do you think you are? Chang Lading sneered and attacked again with his sword. This time, he still used exploding sword, but it wasn't a simple stab like before. Instead, he used an extremely ruthless sword technique. If the power of his normal sword technique was 5, then the power of his exploding sword was at least 20. Now that he used this ruthless sword technique that traded injuries for lives, the power was even close to 30. This was Chang Lading's true strength. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He did have some skills. If it wasn't for him, other mysterious ascending stage masters would not be this guy's opponent. With a thought, Lin Yi decided to take the experiment one step further. Outside of the lava raging fist he'd just created, he added another element into it, mist. Before Chang Lading could get close with his sword, he saw the violent lava rushing towards him. He had already experienced it once, and he knew that the power of this thing was no less than his exploding sword. He quickly dodged sideways. However, what he didn't expect was that he was surrounded by the violent lava. Chang Lading was suddenly shocked, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. One had to know that although the new martial technique of the mysterious ascending stage was powerful, it consumed a lot of true chi. Even with his foundation, he would be exhausted after using the exploding sword killing move a dozen times. Since the opponent's violent magma could fight against his exploding sword killing move, the consumption of true chi would not be any less. But the scene in front of him, the violent lava, was overwhelming, at least 100 times more than before. How could this guy, who was just a new mysterious ascending stage master, use such a large-scale killing move? Even if he could barely use it, wasn't he afraid of dying of exhaustion? The situation was critical. Chang Lading did not have the time to think too much. When he saw the berserk lava covering the sky and covering the earth, he quickly brandished his black sword to block. He was not proficient in defensive martial techniques. If he was injured by the berserk lava, the consequences would be unthinkable. With a sword splitting the violent lava in front of him, Chang Lading suddenly froze. There was no physical touch. Was this a phantom? It turned out to be a bluff. Chang Lading suddenly thought that he had seen through Lin Yi's trick. No wonder he could make so much violent lava. If they were all real, this kid would have died of exhaustion. It turned out that they were just some harmless phantoms. Is that so? Let me kindly remind you, being too careless will kill you. Lin Yi stood at the side with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. To put it bluntly, these explosive lava shadows were just mist created out of thin air with the mist attribute. It was indeed a smokescreen, but who said that everything in here was mist? Stop boasting shamelessly. You want to kill me with a piece of trash from the North Island. Chang Lading was so angry that he laughed. After knowing that these violent lava were just phantoms, he didn't panic at all. He went through the phantoms regardless, and the black sword went straight to Lin Yi's throat. After all, defense was not his style, and attack was his nature. However, before he could attack Lin Yi, his back was suddenly hit. It was burning and painful. There was no doubt that it was the violent lava. Chang Lading's whole face was twisted in pain. He had carefully put a layer of protective genuine chi on it. Even so, he suffered a big loss. Otherwise, his back would have been pierced and he would have died on the spot. I told you not to be too careless. You don't believe it. You can't blame others for this. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. He was actually helping the guy by saying so much. He'd only gotten 3 elements, and he still had a lot of things he wanted to experiment on. It was rare to find a test subject, and he couldn't just let him die like this. You despicable bastard. Chang Lading was in pain and angry. At this time, he was still trapped in layers of violent lava. After suffering a big loss, he didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. He knew that 90% of them were just phantoms, but he had to be on guard. If there were a few more real attacks, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. The black sword was waved tightly. Once bitten, twice shy. After suffering a loss, Chang Lading couldn't even maintain the basic judgment under the stimulation of the burning pain in his back. The only way was to split all the violent lava attacking him. He didn't care whether it was real or not. Chapter 4895. Chang Lai Ting let out a miserable howl as he was thrown into the air. He landed hundreds of feet away like a dead dog and fainted on the spot due to the pain. So weak. Lin Yi looked at this scene and shook his head with some regret. He had just thought of a new move that combined 4 attributes in his mind. He was just waiting for the opponent to break through the encirclement, but the result was that he fainted. It was really disappointing. If Chang Lading heard this, he would probably die of anger even if he was awake. He now knew the difference in strength between them. Lin Yi could only use dual attribute martial arts to fight with him. Once he used tri-attribute martial arts, he would not be his opponent at all. A trash from the North Island was actually a master of the ascending 3-spirit profound realm like himself. If he didn't experience it himself, Chang Lading would never believe it. If he knew that Lin Yi was an unprecedented master of the ascending 8-spirit profound realm, and that he was going to use him to test his moves, he really didn't know what expression this guy would have. At least, he would definitely want to die. Master Lin, you are also a master of the ascending 3-spirit profound realm, it's really amazing. Lu Xiaozhong came over with a face of awe. He actually wanted to fuse 3 spirit roots at the same time, but unfortunately, the power of the Thunder Retribution was not enough. In the end, he could only fuse 2 spirit roots. He knew that the difficulty was amazing, so he admired Lin Yi even more. This guy hadn't seen the scene of Lin Yi's lightning strike being comparable to the Thunder Retribution. Otherwise, he would probably be used to it like Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Lin Yi smiled indifferently, and his eyes fell on the woman named Ni Kaiyue. At this time, the other party was looking at Chang Lading not far from her in a daze. This was the 4th young master of the nascent soul stage, and his strength was at least comparable to the profound ascending middle stage. How could he be defeated so easily? Ni Kaiyue was stunned for a long time before she suddenly slapped her head. Since Chang Lading had been knocked unconscious, didn't that mean she could escape? However, when she raised her head and saw Lin Yi and the others looking at her, Ni Kaiyue immediately became a little embarrassed. Of course, she wanted to escape as soon as possible, but she also felt that it was a little against the rules to leave without saying goodbye. No matter what his motive was, the other party had helped him knock out that bastard Chang Lading. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save him so easily. He had to thank him before he left. The problem was, how did the cultivation world usually express their gratitude? After thinking for a long time, Ni Kaiyue's eyes finally lit up. She thought of an excuse and turned to Lin Yi. I thank you for saving my life, young hero. After saying that, she bowed to Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, when she bowed, the veil covering her face fell. After all, she had been chased by Chang Lading all the way, and the buttons on both sides of the veil had long been loosened. It would be strange if she didn't fall when she bowed like this. Lin Yi and the others looked at this woman in a daze. They only felt that their eyes lit up. They had already expected this woman to be beautiful, but after seeing her beautiful face, they suddenly found that they had underestimated her. This kind of appearance and temperament was not only beautiful, it was simply a peerless beauty. Even compared to Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, she was not inferior at all. Moreover, this woman's temperament was cute. In the secular world, she was kawaii. It was easy to arouse the desire of men to protect her. Even Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but feel pity for her. They really didn't know how Chang Lading was willing to steal such a woman, not to mention that she was his Dao companion. Ah! Ni Kaiwe was stunned. She quickly picked up the veil from the ground and wanted to put it back on her face without saying anything. But being stared at like this made her nervous. The more nervous she was, the less she could put it back on. Lin Yi and the others looked at each other speechlessly. Didn't this kind of veil just need to be buttoned up? Who would forcibly put it on their face like that? This wasn't a human skin mask. While everyone was speechless, Ni Kaiwe was already running around in circles. She walked in circles while saying, "What should we do? What should we do? Master said that we can't let other men see us when we go out. If they see us, it will be impure." Ah, I'm impure. Lin Yi and the others could only hold their foreheads speechlessly. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The same question popped up in their minds. Was this girl a child who went out for the first time? Ni Kaiwe was running around in circles, and she accidentally stepped on Chang Lading's face in her panic. She didn't react in time, and gave him a kick subconsciously. Why is there a soft rock here? Lin Yi and Xinyan couldn't say a word at this scene. Looks aside, this girl was a weirdo in the cultivation world. What kind of school was this, raising a child whose mental age wasn't even 7 years old? Master Lin, do you think there's something wrong with this girl's brain? Lu Xiaozhong asked quietly. Ugh. There shouldn't be anything wrong with her brain. She's probably been training in isolation since she was young, and rarely goes out. Lin Yi gave a fair assessment. In terms of strength, this woman was already at the early stage of the profound ascension realm. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would be at least a few hundred years old. However, from her performance, she was completely like a child. This kind of person could only be seen in the Eastern continent. After all, only the East Continent Academy had the conditions to raise an inexperienced girl into a profound ascension practitioner, and it was certain that this girl had a powerful background. Otherwise, not to mention advancing to profound ascension, it would be hard for her to survive. She would have been trampled to death by the disciples of other academies. Ni Kaiwe. Xinyan frowned and turned to ask everyone, did Chang Lading just call her goddess Ni? You mean she's also one of the 3 fairies? Lin Yi reacted immediately. Not to mention anything else, this girl's beauty was indeed on par with Wang Xinyan and Hui Yudi. She was definitely one of the 3 fairies. That can't be, other than Miss Wang and Miss Hua, isn't the other one Tong Kaiyun from the Donghua Academy? Lu Xiaozhong asked curiously. He was a local of the East Continent, and any man would know about the 3 fairies of the Gaolin Sea. Even if he wasn't as infatuated as the others, he still knew their names. That was a year ago. I heard that Tong Kaiyun went to the Mystic Sea area early, so her junior sister took her place. If I remember correctly, her name was Ni Kaiwe. Xinyan said after a moment of thought. Chapter 4896. Tong Kaiyun, Ni Kaiwe, it does sound like the names of sisters from the same sect. Lin Yi nodded. Yes, it is said that this Ni Kaiwe is even more beautiful than her senior sister, but she rarely shows up since she was a child, so no one has ever paid attention to her. It was only when she sent her senior sister to the Xuanjie Sea that she was accidentally discovered. Since then, she has been known as a goddess, and any portrait of her can be sold for a high price. Wang Xinyan smiled. As they were whispering, the unconscious Chang Lading suddenly woke up after being stepped on and kicked for no reason. Although he had suffered a great loss under Lin Yi's hands, the injury was not fatal. He immediately jumped up in anger. You bitch, how dare you step on me? I'm going to kill you. Chong Lading picked up the black sword not far from him and furiously chased after Ni Kaiwe, slashing at her fiercely. Ni Kaiwe was so scared that her face turned pale. She screamed and ran. She was an early-stage mysterious ascension master. Even if her strength was not as good as Chong Lading, she could still rely on her movement technique to escape. However, what made Lin Yi and the others speechless was that this guy did not even manage to use his movement technique after running a few steps. Instead, he tripped himself and fell into the grass with a scream. In the blink of an eye, Chong Lading had caught up to him. Seeing Chong Lading raise his sword and slash at Ni Kaiwe, everyone's hearts were in their throats. This guy really did not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Would he really slash such a stunning beauty just like that? At this moment, Lin Yi's figure suddenly swayed and suddenly appeared in front of Chong Lading from tens of feet away. Chong Lading was shocked. He had just glanced at Lin Yi's position. He was clearly quite far away. How did he appear in front of him in the blink of an eye? No matter how fast he was, there was no way he could be this fast. Could it be that this guy could teleport? Chong Lading was so scared that he took a few steps back. The violet lava mist fist had already stunned him. To be honest, he was really a little afraid of this Bei Dao kid. What are you doing? This is my family's matter, and you even want to meddle in this. Aren't you being too nosy? Chong Lading didn't mention anything about wanting to kill Lin Yi. He wore an angry expression as if he was an outsider who shouldn't meddle in other people's business. This fellow was also a clown. Lin Yi was immediately amused. He shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, "I'm not in the mood to care about your bullshit family matters. It's just that you've triggered my desire to fight just now. I haven't had enough yet. Let's continue." Holy shit. When Chong Lading heard this, he wanted to slap himself on the face. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked this guy just now. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Seeing that Lin Yi was slowly getting into a fighting stance, Chong Lading even thought of turning around and running away. But he was also one of the 4 young masters of the nascent soul realm. He was a famous big shot among all the students in the Yellow Steppe Sea area of the East Continent. How could he run away in front of a mere disciple from the North Island? Once this matter was spread out, he could forget about staying in the East Continent in the future. Those high and mighty Black Steppe academies would never accept a coward like him. The more famous he was, the harder he would fall in the future. Humph, how arrogant. Just now, I was just careless and got tricked by you. How dare you be so arrogant? Who do you think you are? Chong Lading said stubbornly. Very well, if you don't have some ambition, I'd be too embarrassed to test my moves on you. Seeing this, Lin Yi chuckled. He raised his hand and used the newly created Raging Magma Fog Punch, but this time he integrated another attribute. Looking at the raging magma around him, Chong Lading felt his scalp go numb. Although he was caught off guard the first time, even if he was given 10 days to half a month, he still couldn't think of a way to deal with it. There was no other way, the gap in strength was like this. In desperation, Chong Lading finally came up with a method that wasn't really a solution, and that was to use the black sword in his hand to open a path and use his speed to break through the encirclement. This was his only feasible strategy. This strategy was actually very risky, because it was easy to expose his back when he ran away. But it was better than being trapped in the same place like before. The few shocking wounds on his body had already proved that it wouldn't work. No matter what, even if he had to risk getting seriously injured again to break through, it was better than sitting and waiting for death. Fight! Chong Lading gritted his teeth and slashed at the raging magma in front of him, but what happened next made his eyes pop out of their sockets. He could easily cut through the raging magma with his black sword, but this time, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. What was even more ridiculous was that the black sword he'd used for so many years couldn't withstand the sudden metallization of the magma, and broke into several pieces on the spot. Even Wang Xinyan and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It wasn't strange for Qi to materialize, but for it to break the enemy's weapon in a head-on clash was something they'd never heard of before. "Looks like it's working pretty well," Lin Yi mumbled thoughtfully. Without a doubt, the attribute he'd added on top of the raging magma fist was the metal element, known for its sharpness and strength. If it was just a raging magma before, then after the metal element had strengthened it, it had become an indestructible sword, and a sword of fire with an extremely high temperature. Chang Lading's black sword was a divine weapon, but it had been burned by high temperatures many times before, and its hardness had been greatly reduced. It wouldn't be strange for it to break into several pieces under such a strong attack. After so many tests, Lin Yi had a general idea of what to do. The more attributes there were, the stronger the attack, and the easier it was to gain an overwhelming advantage. If the power of his single elemental raging flame fist was 10, then the power of his 2 elemental raging magma fist was 30, and the power of his 3 elemental raging magma mist fist was 60. And now, the power of this attack had reached a shocking 100. In comparison, Chang Lading's limit was only 30, and he was far from being a match for him. Lin Yi's heart pounded. Up until now, he'd only used 4 elemental attributes, but if he continued to increase it to 5, 6, 7, or even 8 elemental attributes, what would that be like? Of course, it was very difficult to create an 8 elemental skill on your own. You'd have to go through a lot of research and practice, or else even if you managed to gather all 8 elements into a single skill, it'd only be a simple physical superposition, and it'd be very difficult to have a chemical reaction like the one just now. This was something that would take time to figure out. Chapter 4897. Lin Yi and the others turned to Ni Kaiwe, thinking that she'd be overjoyed. Even if she couldn't bring herself to finish them off, she'd at least use the opportunity to escape. What they didn't expect was for Ni Kaiwe to be even more afraid, trembling so much that she couldn't even move her feet. She looked like she was about to cry. Could it be that this girl still had feelings for Chang Lading? The group wondered. Her feelings for Scum were stupid, but it wasn't completely incomprehensible. They were Dao companions, after all. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Will he come after me if I step on him? Ni Kaiwe was panicking again. Lin Yi and the others faint, it wasn't feelings at all. It was Chang Lading's revenge. How was she still thinking about stepping on Chang Lading, even in a situation like this? What the hell was wrong with this girl's brain? I say, girl, are you done yet? Can you stop wandering around there? You're making me dizzy. Lin Yi said, speechless. Ah. What? You called me that? Ni Kaiwe finally stopped and stared at Lin Yi with wide eyes. You're teasing me. Lin Yi stared blankly at the girl, not knowing what to say. How was he supposed to communicate with someone like this? He wasn't supposed to tell her to be a good kid with a lollipop, that he wasn't a bad guy. Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other, too, and Lu Xiaozhong was the only one holding in his laughter. If it weren't for Lin Yi's glare, he'd be slapping his thighs and laughing out loud. What an idiot. Lin Yi thought about it for a long time, and finally managed to choke out a few words. Please, the path of a tycoon is dangerous. You should go home. Yeah. Ni Kaiwe nodded in agreement and explained to herself, I was going home, but I accidentally met Chang Lading on the way. He chased me all the way. It was so scary. She subconsciously patted her chest as she spoke. With her perfect body that was comparable to Huiyudi's, patting her chest was a different kind of temptation. Lin Yi could only turn his head away awkwardly as he watched her chest rise and fall. Fortunately, this little girl was wearing tight clothes. If her clothes were a little lighter, any man who saw this scene would definitely be aroused. Her nerves were a little too thick. Now, Chong Lading definitely can't catch me. Ni Kaiwa glanced at Chong Lading, whose head was stuck in the ground, and everyone was speechless again. It was a miracle that this guy was still alive. What did he have to chase after you? So you should leave quickly. You won't be able to leave when he wakes up. Lin Yi held his forehead. He wanted to say that he could stab Chong Lading if he wanted to, so that he wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. But looking at Ni Tsayua's expression, he knew that she wouldn't dare to do such a thing. It was useless to say that. Oh, then I have to leave quickly. Ni Kaiwa was shocked. She quickly took a few steps back with lingering fear in her heart. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around. She said with a serious face, "Young hero, although you saved me, you are not allowed to take liberties with me." Everyone looked at each other again. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but smile. Although her imagination was a little strange, they had to admit that this Ni Kaiwa was cute and naive. "I'm not teasing you." Lin Yi was speechless. He was speechless for a long time. Then he sighed and said, "Then goodbye." "Okay, goodbye." Ni Kaiwa waved her hand excitedly and turned to leave in high spirits. Looking at the girl's back, Lin Yi and the others looked at each other and smiled. Wang Xinyan's lips curved in a playful smile. "She's the third fairy. You have such a good opportunity to accompany her. If other men find out, they'll say that you're wasting God's gift. You won't get another opportunity like this." Yes, Master Lin, you're wasting the opportunity." Lu Xiaozhong came up and said. "Then go." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him. "I don't dare. My dad doesn't let me touch women. Besides, I can't afford it." Lu Xiaozhong scratched his head embarrassedly. Looking at Chong Lading, whose head was stuck on the ground, he knew that if he couldn't even beat this guy, Ni Kaiwa, the third fairy, could only dream about it. A toad couldn't eat swan meat. You're quite self-aware. Lin Yi couldn't help but be amused. This Lu Xiaozhong was the same as his father, Lu Dachang. Most of the time, he looked like a shameless piece of meat, but in reality, he was very perceptive. He was the type of person who knew what was best for him, and would never overestimate himself. He'd only act shamelessly when he had absolute confidence in the situation. This was a very smart way of doing things. If I didn't even have this little bit of perceptiveness, I would have been beaten to death a long time ago. Lu Xiaozhong smiled proudly. Lin Yi, Xinyan, and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other, speechless. This guy seemed to have forgotten that he was fighting for the Golden Soul Pill back in Thunder City. Didn't he almost get beaten to death back then? I, little Lu, don't have that right, but you, Master Lin, do. No matter what, you're one of the 3 fairies of the Gao Lin Sea region. And this Ni Kaiwa looks, how do I put it? Lu Xiaozhong tilted his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he came up with an accurate adjective. Holy shit. Lin Yi almost kicked him in the face. Gullible. Did he look like the kind of weird uncle who'd kidnap a little girl? Go do it yourself if you want to, there's no need for me to do it. Besides, so what if she's the third fairy? There's already one here. Lin Yi curled his lips, annoyed. That's right, Miss Wang and Miss Hua are Master Lin's girlfriends. Lu Xiaozhong slapped his head and came back to his senses, but then he rolled his eyes and said, then all the more reason to pursue that Ni Kaiwa. In this way, 3 fairies serving one husband, wouldn't it be a wonderful story? Lin Yi and the others were speechless. This Lu Xiaozhong wasn't just a clown, he was a fucking clown. Come to think of it, that Ni Kaiwa does look quite likable. If you're interested, Lin Yi, we won't object. Xinyan looked at Lin Yi half jokingly, half seriously. I think so too. It'd be interesting to be sisters with such a cute girl. Huang Xiaotao also chimed in. She pointed at Chang Lading, who was lying on the ground, and said, I can't bear to see her become Dao companions with such a beast and scum. Chapter 4898. Helping others is the source of happiness. If we let her go now, we might never see her again. Wang Xinyan smiled. Although she came from the common world, she was already used to Lin Yi's group of girlfriends. After all, she wasn't Lin Yi's first wife, and she wouldn't use the common world's way of thinking to restrict Lin Yi. If she didn't even have this bit of magnanimity, she wouldn't have become a profound ascending stage master today. I've never seen someone help others with something like this. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at her. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said strangely, I don't know if we can meet again in the future, but we will soon. The group was still in shock when they saw Ni Kaiwa turn back to Lin Yi from the corner of their eyes. She asked pitifully, Young warrior, can you take me out? I think I'm lost. Wah. Lin Yi and the others were stunned as they looked at Ni Kaiwa in disbelief. Lost? Although the visibility here is bad, you're still a profound ascending early stage master. How can you get lost? After all, this place wasn't completely isolated from divine sense, and it wasn't like the vast sea where you couldn't find any landmarks. Normally, as long as you paid attention, the possibility of getting lost was very small. No matter what, she was still a profound ascending early stage master. I don't really know the way. Ni Kaiwa, on the other hand, was very confident. She pouted and said, also, I was so focused on getting rid of those people that I didn't have the time to remember the way. By the time I realized it, Chang Lading had already caught up to me. As a result, I could only run even more frantically. I don't know where I'm going. Lin Yi and the others looked at each other. It sounded reasonable, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that this girl was simply a fake. Not to mention a profound ascending early stage master, even a normal person would have the ability to remember the way while running. We've only met by chance. I've already helped you enough. Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly. He still wanted to take this opportunity to wander around the path of giants. He had no intention of going back now. After all, he could only come here once. He would never have the chance to come here again. But I really can't get out. Master said that the path of a giant is very dangerous, and told me not to walk around recklessly. After I break through to the profound ascension realm, I will quickly return. What should I do now? Ni Kaiwa was once again anxious. Everyone felt dizzy again. This girl could only see the strength of an early-stage profound ascension expert when she was spinning. She was almost turning into a circle of afterimages. Maybe we should help her. Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao couldn't bear to see Lin Yi like this. They turned to Lin Yi. Seeing Ni Tsayua's pitiful look, Lin Yi honestly couldn't bear to abandon her, but he couldn't agree just like that. He thought about it and said, then tell me first, what does Chang Lading want to rob you of? Tell me, and I'll take you out. This. Ni Kaiwa looked at Lin Yi with a vigilant face. She suddenly took a step back and said, you want to rob me too? If I wanted to rob you, you would have done it long ago. Why would I need to waste time with you? Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Maybe it's to deliberately numb me and make me lower my guard. Master said that there are sinister and cunning people everywhere. Bad people can't be trusted, and good people can't be trusted even more. Ni Kaiwa said confidently. That's strange. It's understandable not to believe in bad people, but what do you mean by not believing in good people? Lu Xiaozhong clicked his tongue in wonder. Lin Yi and the others also looked at each other. Because good people have ulterior motives. Master said that there are no true good people in this world. Ni Kaiwa put on a solemn expression, but it didn't match her cute temperament at all. She looked like a child pretending to be an adult, and it was quite a funny sight. Your master's words are quite touching. Looks like you've suffered at the hands of good people before. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. I don't know about that. I just do what master says. Ni Kaiwa said seriously. So that's why your master betrothed you to that scum Chong Lading, and all you did was listen to him, only to get taken away by him. Xinyan suddenly interrupted. Ugh. Ni Kaiwa couldn't hold it in anymore. I'm not married to him yet, I don't want to be his partner. He's such a bad person. That's why you can't just listen to everything your master says, you have to feel things for yourself when you meet people. Look at him, does he look like someone with ulterior motives? Wang Xinyan pointed at Lin Yi with a smile. Ni Kaiwa looked Lin Yi up and down again, making Lin Yi feel uncomfortable. He coughed awkwardly. Doesn't look like it. Ni Kaiwa finally concluded, but before Lin Yi could get happy, she added, what if he's a bad person? Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Xiaozhong laughed and said, if Master Lin is a bad person who hides his true nature, then are you trying to say that your cultivation partner is actually a good person who hides his true nature? Of course not, how could he be a good person when he's so mean? Ni Kaiwa pouted. But Lin Yi wasn't mean to you at all, and he even helped you out. Why are you saying he's a bad person? Huang Xiaotao said on Lin Yi's behalf. Well. Ni Kaiwa tilted her head and thought about it for a long time, looking Lin Yi up and down again. I don't think he's a bad person either. He's a good person, I guess. Lin Yi wanted to cry at that point. He'd fallen for a bad person all of a sudden, and he hadn't even been cleared of suspicion yet. How could he be considered a good person? Was he really that reluctant? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao tried to stifle their laughter as they looked at Lin Yi helplessly. Their eyes conveyed the same message, this is as far as I can help you. Alright, now do you believe that I won't rob you? Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. Yeah, I guess I can believe you. Ni Kaiwa said, alright then, I'll tell you what it is, it's this. As she spoke, Ni Kaiwa took out a long and narrow wooden box from the bag she was carrying on her back. After opening it, there was a stock of spiritual medicine inside. Chapter 4899. Lin Yi looked at it carefully, but he didn't recognize it. As an alchemist, his knowledge of all kinds of herbs was far above a normal person's, and he'd read a lot of books on herbs when he was training. But this was the East Continent, after all, and many of the treasures were unique to the East Continent. Even if they appeared, they'd only be digested within the East Continent, and not many people outside the island knew about them. But just because Lin Yi didn't recognize it didn't mean the others didn't. It's the Xian raising grass. Xinyan blurted out after a few glances. Yes, yes. My dad got this before, too, just like the golden demon raising grass, it's miraculous for profound ascension practitioners. Lu Xiaozhong jumped up as well. Xian raising grass. Lin Yi reacted as well, he didn't recognize it right away, but he'd seen this name before. The golden demon raising grass could be made into a qi raising pill, and this Xian raising grass could be made into a profound raising pill. The effects of these two pills were almost the same, able to raise a person's strength by one level, but the former was only effective for nascent soul practitioners, while the latter was effective for profound ascension practitioners. Lin Yi and the others had just reached profound ascension early phase, and they didn't expect to run into the Xian raising grass so abruptly. One could only imagine how tempting it was. No wonder Chong Lading was willing to take his partner for this. Ni Kaiwa was a little scared when she saw how excited Lin Yi and the others were, and she quickly put away the Xian raising grass and took a few steps back. Didn't we just agree? Don't take it from me. Lin Yi scratched his head when he saw the look on her face, as if she'd run into a gangster. Did he really look like a bad guy? No one's trying to take it from you, so don't worry. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. But if you want me to take you out, you'll have to pay a price. That's fine, right? Aw. Ni Kaiwa took another step back, hugging the wooden box tightly. You said you don't want my Xian raising grass. You really are a bad person who hides your true nature. Hey, when did I say I was going to snatch your profound nurturing grass? Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. Didn't you want to snatch the profound nurturing grass? Ni Kaiwa tilted her head. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said something shocking. Are you going to rob me? That won't do, I will not be your concubine. Mistress. Everyone fainted at the same time. This girl's imagination was really strange. How did they connect her with a concubine? Of course, you have these two sisters as your wives. Don't you want me to be your concubine? Ni Kaiwa had an expression of having seen through everything. Who said I'm going to steal you and make you my concubine? Lin Yi was about to collapse. If he continued to talk to this girl, he suspected that he would really be a well-hidden bad person. He could only say directly, the price I'm talking about is very simple. As long as you tell me where you picked this profound nurturing grass. So you don't want to rob me. That's good, that's good. Ni Kaiwa patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi could only look away again. After waiting for a moment, he heard the girl say hesitantly, but Master said that this location is top secret. It must not be revealed to outsiders. Then there's nothing to discuss. You can go back by yourself. We still have to continue exploring. Lin Yi immediately waved his hand indifferently. Wait. Ni Kaiwa looked at Lin Yi pitifully and said hesitantly, if you don't take me, I can't go out alone, that can't be helped. You can only stay on this road for a month at most, and you can't come back after that. We'll waste a lot of time if we take you out now, and it'll be a huge loss. We have to compensate you, don't you think? Lin Yi tried to reason with her. This. Ni Kaiwa was still hesitant. Take your time to think about it. We can still afford to wait. However, I'm not sure about the one with his head on the ground. If he wakes up again, I may not help you deal with him. After all, you can't do it more than 3 times. Lin Yi pointed at Chong laying on the ground. Don't. Ni Kaiwa was shocked. She was so anxious that she finally patted her head and said, right, my master said that I can't give the map to others. However, he didn't say that I can't take people there personally. As long as I take you there, won't it be the best of both worlds? I'm so smart. Lin Yi and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was considered smart, then what were they? Were their IQs through the sky? But no matter what, since this girl was willing to lead the way personally, it was naturally a good thing. Everyone wanted the Xian cultivating grass, and Lin Yi was no exception. After the two sides agreed, Lin Yi and the others immediately brought Ni Kaiwa to the main road. This girl could only find the treasure land that produced the Xian cultivating grass after returning to the main road. With the range of Lin Yi's divine sense, it was easy to find the main road after identifying the direction. The next thing to do was to follow Ni Kaiwa to an extremely secluded place. The road was full of twists and turns. If there was no map, not to mention Ni Kaiwa, even Lin Yi and the others would probably get dizzy. At this time, they had already reached the depths of the Path of Giants. Along the way, it was difficult to see any traces of disciples from other schools. There were not many who could successfully advance to mysterious ascension, and even fewer who dared to explore this place. Not to mention that this place was so secluded. A day later, Ni Kaiwa finally brought everyone to their destination. In front of them was a deep crater. Mist shrouded the area, and even Lin Yi couldn't get a full view of the crater. This is where we obtained the Xian cultivating grass. Lin Yi frowned. This basin gave him a dangerous feeling, but then again, the more valuable a place was, the more dangerous it was. This was common sense in the world of practitioners, and it'd be strange if they could get such treasures without any risk at all. No, we can't go in here. This is the Thunder Burial Ground. Ni Kaiwa shook her head. Thunder Burial Ground. Lin Yi and the others were stunned. Yes, it is said that anyone who steps in will be buried by the Thunder Burial Ground. Ni Kaiwa nodded. There's such a thing. Lin Yi and the others looked at each other. They all thought that the Thunder Burial Ground would only appear at specific times. They didn't expect there to be a Thunder Burial Ground. Chapter 4900. If that's the case, how did you get the spirit nurturing grass? Did you take the risk to jump in and pick it up? Lin Yi and the others asked curiously. How is that possible? I was actually lucky to find the spirit nurturing grass at the edge of this basin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found it anywhere else. Ni Kaiwa shook her head and added, my master told me that the mystic nurturing grass is an extremely rare elixir. Even in the Thunder Burial Basin, it's not common and it's hard to find. Lin Yi couldn't help but frown after hearing that. He stared at the basin in front of him speechlessly. It's here, but the legendary lightning burial ground was a little scary. Previously, the president of the Alliance had said that no one would be able to survive the Thunder Burial. Although it was unknown if he was only referring to the Academy's disciples or if it included existences at his level, one thing was for sure, the Thunder Burial was definitely not a trivial matter. It was far from being comparable to an ordinary thunder tribulation. Even the lightning tribulation that he experienced before couldn't be compared to it. Even with Lin Yi's current strength, he wasn't confident that he could come out after entering the lightning burial ground. Seeing that everyone was silent, Ni Kaiwa suddenly said, I've brought you to the place. I'm going back now. Go ahead. Lin Yi nodded and gestured for her to walk slowly. Goodbye then, good guy who hides himself well. Ni Kaiwa stuck out her tongue and skipped away excitedly. A good guy is a good guy. What do you mean by good guy? Lin Yi curled his lips as he watched the girl leave. Be content. It's good enough that she thinks of you as a good guy. It's better than a bad guy who hides himself well. Wang Xinyan smiled. Huang Xiaotao and Lu Xiaozhong giggled at the side. Alright, does that mean that I've profited? Lin Yi smiled awkwardly and pointed at the basin. It's rare that I'm here. I want to go down and take a look. I won't have the chance to do so anymore. What? But this is the lightning burial ground. You'll die if you go in. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were shocked. The mystic nurturing grass was good, but it couldn't compare to their lives. I have already made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me anymore. This place is indeed a place of certain death for all of you. However, I should be able to make it. Even if I really cannot make it through the lightning burial, I should be able to make it back. I won't die in there, said Lin Yi with a firm attitude. Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other, and finally nodded reluctantly. Alright, but don't try to be brave. Get out if you see something's wrong, and don't hesitate. Something like the mystic raising grass is a blessing, and it's my fate if I don't get it. Of course, they weren't willing to let Lin Yi enter this extremely dangerous lightning burial ground. Let alone a few Xian nurturing grass, even if there were 10,000 Xian nurturing grass beneath his feet, they still wouldn't let Lin Yi take the slightest risk. However, they knew Lin Yi's personality. Even though he was usually easy to negotiate, once he had made up his mind, he would never go back on his word. Don't worry. My life is very precious. I won't give it up for a few Xian nurturing grass. Lin Yi gave them a reassuring look, and then said, while I'm down there, you guys can look around. If you're lucky, you might be able to get a few Xian nurturing grass like that chick and I did. However, be careful, there might be dangers around here. Alright, remember to be very, 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 very careful. If you see any danger, come back immediately. Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao reminded him worriedly again. Got it. Although it sounded long-winded, Lin Yi still felt warm inside. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have been so patient with him. Lin Yi was about to jump into the basin, but before he could get up, the ghost's voice suddenly sounded in his head, wait. What? Lin Yi was shocked. If even the ghost had to stop him, then he really had to reconsider whether he should go or not. Wang Xinyan and the others didn't know about the 8 compound spirit roots in his body, but the ghost knew everything clearly. Moreover, with its experience, it could clearly judge whether he could withstand such a dangerous situation. If it said no, then it basically couldn't. Going would only be courting death. This place seems to be the legendary Thunder Burial City. The ghost suddenly said after a moment of silence. What do you mean? Lin Yi was slightly shocked. Ni Kaiwe only said that there was a Thunder Burial City here, but what the hell was this Thunder Burial City? This should be the Thunder Burial City. The ghost carefully observed for a while before it finally confirmed and explained, this is also a secret rumor among the spiritual beasts. You humans rarely know about it. If I'm not wrong, this place is the final resting place of those powerful lightning-type spiritual beasts. Final resting place. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Does that mean, this is the graveyard of the lightning-type spiritual beasts? That's right. Do you know that there are also lightning dragons in our dragon branch? The ghost said. Lightning dragons. Never heard of it. Lin Yi shook his head. Aside from this green dragon, he had seen many different kinds of dragons, from the 5 malevolent dragons in the mortal world to the 5 poisoned serpent dragons in the 5 poisoned swamp, and then the sea dragons, which belonged to the sea beasts. He'd never heard of this lightning dragon. The bloodline of lightning dragons isn't pure. They're actually the offspring of lightning eagles and us dragons, but they're also listed in our genealogy, so I know a little bit about them. Let me think about it. The ghost smiled. All right. Lin Yi nodded, but couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was true that dragons were lustful by nature, as if they could get together with any kind of life form. What was even more ridiculous was that they were able to overcome the natural barrier of reproductive isolation and create all kinds of hybrids. Legend had it that serpents were the hybrids of dragons and snakes, sea dragons were the hybrids of dragons and sea beasts, and lightning dragons were the hybrids of dragons and lightning eagles. As for the 5 malevolent dragons, Lin Yi didn't even dare imagine what kind of evil they'd done to them. The variety of relationships they had was truly amazing. Xinyan and the others couldn't help but find it strange that Lin Yi didn't understand what was going on. They looked at each other, thinking that he was observing the basin below them. They didn't disturb him, choosing to stay by his side quietly. Chapter 4901. As long as he had seen or heard of it before, he would be able to recreate it flawlessly with just a bit of time. How is it? Lin Yi quickly asked. This is the information left behind by a thunder dragon during the dragon tribe gathering. It mentioned this Thunder Burial City. According to him, the so-called Thunder Burial is actually the highest standard death ritual for powerful thunder element spiritual beasts, the ghostly thing said. The Thunder Burial is actually a death ritual. Lin Yi was shocked. When he heard the Alliance leader's alarmist description, he thought the Thunder Burial was actually a natural disaster unique to Thunderous Plain Island, similar to a tsunami or an earthquake. He did not expect it to be a death ritual. That's right. The Thunder Burial that outsiders see actually originates from this Thunder Burial City. Although it will sometimes affect the outer regions, causing the power of the thunder tribulations outside to suddenly increase, it's actually not the real Thunder Burial. It's just a reaction to the surroundings caused by the thunder burial. It's just like how every time there's a typhoon in the secular world, it'll be accompanied by wind and rain, the ghostly thing explained. In that case, compared to the real thunder burial, this is nothing. Lin Yi said thoughtfully. Of course. The real thunder burial is only limited to this thunder burial city. It won't cover the entire thunderous plain island. Of course, for ordinary human cultivators like you, even the thunder tribulations that suddenly become stronger after being affected are deadly. It doesn't make a difference whether it's a thunder burial or not, the ghostly thing said. Senior, do you know how the thunder burial comes about? Lin Yi asked again. Since it was a death ritual, there must be a leader. Just like the sky burial in the secular world, although the process was simple, someone had to bring the corpse to a specific location and attract ferocious beasts like eagles. It's said that all thunder element spiritual beasts will enter the thunder burial city on their own before they die and trigger the thunder tribulations to carry out the thunder burial. They'll die together with the strongest thunder element spiritual beasts. That's their ideal destination, the ghostly thing said with a sigh. In that case, I really can't go in. If we go in, we might be struck to death. Lin Yi could not help but hesitate. Although he had condensed an unprecedented 8 compound spirit roots, especially the lightning strike that was comparable to a minor thunder tribulation, which had greatly boosted his confidence, it was not to the point where he was not afraid of the thunder burial. With Lin Yi's current strength, he could easily deal with a normal thunder tribulation. He could even withstand a thunder tribulation that was 10 times stronger than the thunder tribulation without a frown. However, who knew how powerful the thunder burial was? What if it far exceeded the upper limit of what he could bear? You're right, but you can go in and take a look. I've never been to Thunder Burial City before. Don't you want to take a look at the graveyard of a thunder-type spirit beast? Maybe there will be an unexpected harvest. The ghostly thing instigated. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart warmed. Putting aside the mysterious nurturing grass, since there were so many corpses of powerful thunder-type spiritual beasts gathered here, he reckoned that he would be able to obtain many good things from them. This temptation was only greater than the mysterious nurturing grass. But what if I die in there? What should I do? At least Lin Yi did not get carried away. Benefits and risks were always proportional. The more good things there were, the more dangerous it was. This was something that could be easily understood. I don't think so. The biggest threat in there should be the thunder burial. However, you have the thunder type, so your resistance to thunder and lightning should be similar to that of a thunder-type spiritual beast. In fact, ordinary thunder-type spiritual beasts might not even be able to compare to you. After all, you have an 8-compound spirit root that dominates the thunder type. The ghostly thing sighed. That's true. Lin Yi recalled the scene when he was struck by the lightning eagle. He was completely fine after being struck by its lightning. He reckoned that the other lightning eagles were no better than him. When the time comes, you can just run away. You're so fast that ordinary things won't be able to catch up to you. No matter how powerful the thunder burial is, you'll be able to escape after taking a few hits. You won't lose your life, the ghostly thing continued to persuade him. Alright, they say that curiosity kills the cat. Senior, your curiosity is really strong. You came up with so many reasons just to let me go in and take a look. It must have been hard on you, Senior. Lin Yi complained in his heart. There's nothing too strange in this world. How can I not see such a good opportunity? Besides, I won't hurt you. If you die, I'll die with you. The ghostly thing curled its lips. I didn't know that you were an explorer, Senior. Lin Yi chuckled. Actually, Lin Yi could tell from the fact that this ghostly thing had descended into the secular world at the risk of its soul being destroyed in order to search for the bloodline of the spiritual beast king. This fellow was a man of action and was extremely bold. This lightning burial ground was probably nothing in his eyes. Lin Yi nodded at Wang Xinyan and the others. Then, he gritted his teeth and jumped down. His figure quickly disappeared into the thick fog, leaving no traces behind. This place gives me a very bad feeling. I hope nothing happens to him, Wang Xinyan said worriedly as she looked at where Lin Yi had disappeared. Wang Xinyan said worriedly as she looked at where Lin Yi had disappeared. Her practitioner's arts were inherited from the Eastern Sea Divine Nun, and her premonitions had always been very accurate. However, she didn't know much about divination or anything like that, and her intuition alone wasn't enough to convince Lin Yi. Yeah, I think it's weird too. My instincts tell me that it's very dangerous inside. Although Huang Xiaotao had only joined the sect for a short time, she was very experienced in various trials. Her instincts were very accurate as well. You don't have to worry so much. This is Master Lin we're talking about. He's no ordinary person. He'll be fine. Let's go find the profound nurturing grass. Lu Xiaozhong comforted them loudly. Then, he impatiently went to find the profound nurturing grass. It was something he dreamed of. However, he became dumbfounded after taking 2 steps. He turned around and asked weakly, "What does the profound nurturing grass look like?" Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were amused. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't you see Tsayua's grass before? Did you forget it already? To be honest, little Lu, am actually a grass blind. Lu Xiaozhong scratched his head pitifully. Grass blind? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other, stunned. It means that I can't tell the difference at all. Most of them are like weeds in my eyes. There's basically no difference. My dad is the same. That's why we buy all the herbs in our house. We rarely pick them ourselves. Otherwise, even if we did, they'd all be weeds. I've done this a lot in the past. Lu Xiaozhong said bitterly. Chapter 4902. It was the first time they'd heard of someone like that. This father and son pair were really funny. No wonder Lu Xiaozhong didn't want to pick the herbs on his own, and instead took the initiative to carry their bags. He was an idiot. All right then, you can come with us. Remember their characteristics and bring them to us when you find something similar. Let's go. Wang Xinyan smiled and took one last look at the place where Lin Yi had jumped before taking the lead to try their luck. Lin Yi had been falling for a while before he finally touched the ground. The basin was a lot deeper than he'd expected, and if he hadn't used his pure energy at the last moment to reduce the force of the fall, he'd probably have been injured when he hit the ground. Lin Yi studied his surroundings cautiously. The mist from above didn't lessen at all, but it got thicker instead. It was a complete blur, and he couldn't see anything clearly. What was worse was that he couldn't sense anything with his consciousness. Senior. Lin Yi quickly asked the ghostly thing for help. This place was full of danger, and if he couldn't figure out his surroundings, he'd be courting death. In terms of divine sense, the ghostly thing was a top-notch existence on the heavenly stage island. It had always been successful, but this time, it said in a serious tone, "It's really strange. This place can even block my divine sense." What? Lin Yi jumped in shock. Even you can't sense it, Senior. How is that possible? It's incredible. The legendary Thunder Burial City is really strange, the ghostly thing said. What do we do now? Lin Yi looked at the haze in front of him, his hair standing on end. He couldn't even sense what was going on, and this place was undoubtedly a land of death for him. He wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if anything were to happen. Forget it, let's go back. We shouldn't stay here for long, the ghostly thing said. It would have given it a good try if it was at its peak, but it was only a primordial spirit right now. It wouldn't be able to protect Lin Yi if some powerful existence appeared. All right. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi retreated without hesitation. Even that ghostly thing had said so. He couldn't stay here for even a moment, or his life might be in danger. However, before Lin Yi could take 2 steps back, he felt a chill in his heart. His back was actually empty. One had to know that he had jumped down from the cliff. According to his previous plan, if there was an accident, he would just climb back. Anyway, it was a piece of cake for him. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that there was no cliff behind him at all. Alarmed, Lin Yi retreated another 100 feet in disbelief. Still nothing. How is this possible? Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. At this time, he could not see far with his eyes, and he could not sense with his divine sense, but he had other ways to determine the location. Lin Yi immediately picked up a stone from the side of his feet and threw it into the distance. This way, he could make a sound, and he wouldn't immediately expose his position and attract killing intent. He wanted to judge his surroundings through the sound. Paw! The stone collided with another stone in the distance, making a crisp sound. However, the result made Lin Yi's heart cold again. There was no echo. No echo meant that this place was very empty, which meant that there was no cliff nearby at all. Lin Yi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, he felt simply creepy. This place was really too strange. It was full of fog, and his divine sense was blocked. The most outrageous thing was that even the cliff behind him had disappeared without a trace. Even the ghostly thing could not sense it. It was so strange that it was a complete mess. Array. There must be an array here. An idea suddenly emerged in Lin Yi's mind. All this could only be explained by an array. If there was no array, it was impossible that he could not retreat to the edge. Maybe. The ghostly thing was not very sure. Its knowledge was far greater than Lin Yi's. Everything in front of it could indeed be explained by an array. However, there was actually an array in the world that could be so profound that it could not see any clues. This was a bit too unbelievable. Senior, what should we do now? Lin Yi asked hurriedly. He was a very opinionated person, but this situation was something he'd never seen or heard of before. If he couldn't find a way out, it was basically impossible for him to leave this place. If it is an array, then we must find the array to have a chance to break it. In this situation, we can only look for it. The ghostly thing said in a dignified tone. Well, that's the only way. Although his intuition was very bad, Lin Yi had no other choice. He could only bite the bullet and start to explore the surroundings. Even if he could not find the so-called array in a short time, he at least had to figure out the situation here first. No matter what happened, he must be mentally prepared. However, before Lin Yi could take 2 steps, lightning suddenly flashed and thunder roared above his head. Because of the heavy fog, even if it was not to say that he could not see his fingers in front of him, the visibility was pitifully poor. What was above his head could not be seen at all. However, at this moment, accompanied by the loud thunder, the incomparably powerful lightning pierced through the fog and cut through the sky, allowing Lin Yi to see clearly. Seeing this, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This lightning was no longer just dark blue, but close to purple. Ever since he received the inheritance of thunder and lightning from the giant electric eel, he had a very clear understanding of the power of thunder and lightning. Ordinary lightning was light blue, and the stronger lightning tribulation was pure blue. And the lightning tribulation that he had experienced before was close to 10 times dark blue. The power of purple lightning was far above dark blue. It must be known that with the giant electric eel's strength beyond the sea-splitting stage, except for its strongest killing move, the black heavenly punishment, ordinary lightning strikes were only dark purple. Although the lightning above his head was not dark purple, but only close purple, it had already scared Lin Yi. He had seen the giant electric eel directly kill several sea-splitting stage spirit beasts with a dark purple lightning strike. Even if it seemed to be a sneak attack at that time, being able to kill with one blow was enough to reflect its terrifying power. A dark purple lightning strike could kill a sea-splitting stage spirit beast. Even if this close purple lightning was not as good, it should be able to kill a mere profound ascending stage early stage Lin E, right? This was much more powerful than the lightning tribulation. Under the shock, Lin E did not have time to carefully observe the surrounding environment. He immediately used the super butterfly microstep and did not hesitate to turn around and run. Chapter 4903. But don't forget, Lin E was not an ordinary person. He was a person with a powerful thunder attribute. In this place, he was a living lightning rod. He had a hunch that the purple lightning above his head would most likely come for him. Instead of staying and waiting for death, it was better to take the risk to escape. Even if he provoked other dangerous existences in the process, it was much better than being struck by the lightning above his head. With Lin Yi's current strength, the super butterfly microsteps was much faster than before. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was no different from teleportation. But no matter how he ran, the purple lightning was always hovering above his head. Lin Yi was so scared that his heart suddenly trembled. He could only continue to run with all his might. He even used the super butterfly microsteps, which was his trump card. But it was useless. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible to be faster than the purple lightning above his head. It seemed that it had really locked on to him. Ever since he gained the lightning element, Lin Yi had always been happy about it. Especially this time, when the lightning element led the fusion and created an unprecedented compound 8 spiritual roots, Lin Yi couldn't contain his joy. But now, he really had a headache. The lightning element was strong, but this lightning rod was a problem that could take his life. Sure enough, everything had its pros and cons. It was really a fool's dream to think that one person could have all the good things. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the purple lightning hovering above finally struck down. Without any deviation, it hit right on the top of Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi was directly struck on the spot. His whole body twitched and struggled as if he was frozen. His whole body was emitting shocking electric arcs. If someone looked carefully at the side, they would find that he had been electrocuted into the air. He was purely held in the air by the lightning. Ordinary thunder punishment could not hurt Lin Yi at all. Even if it was 10 times the thunder punishment, he could still grit his teeth and endure it. But now, this purple lightning almost shattered his soul. Because the power of this lightning was at least 50 times the thunder punishment. Damn it! Lin Yi roared in pain and almost fainted on the spot. Fortunately, he managed to retain a bit of consciousness in the end. Otherwise, if he fainted, he would have died without a doubt. With a powerful lightning attribute in his body, Lin Yi could be said to be an extra-large human-shaped battery. Not only could he discharge electricity, he could also store electricity. He could directly absorb normal lightning tribulations, but now, he was facing a lightning tribulation that was 50 times stronger than normal. This was far beyond the upper limit that he could endure. Not to mention that he was a living person, even if he was really a battery, he would probably explode on the spot. In an instant, Lin Yi was only an inch away from death. However, it was fortunate that after being in a daze for a while, Lin Yi realized that he had actually managed to pull through. Although his body was filled with the extremely dangerous power of thunder and lightning, it was fortunate that the power of thunder and lightning did not scatter everywhere. Instead, it was absorbed around the 8 compound spirit roots that were mainly of the thunder attribute. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he would not be able to survive it. This feeling was as if there was a powerful bomb buried in his body. Once it exploded, he would be smashed into pieces. However, it was fortunate that this was a time bomb. As long as he did not touch it, there was still a little time to defuse the bomb. The enormous power of thunder and lightning in Lin Yi's body was restless. The only thing he could do now was to quickly refine it before it went out of control. This was because this had far exceeded the upper limit that Lin Yi could endure. Therefore, the entire process became extremely difficult. Every time he refined it, he felt as if his dantian and meridians were about to explode. If he did not have a strong willpower that far exceeded that of an ordinary person, not to mention holding on to completely refine the power of thunder and lightning, even maintaining the last bit of consciousness would be an extravagant dream. However, fortunately, Lin Yi managed to miraculously hold on. Feeling the unprecedented and surging power of thunder and lightning in his body, Lin Yi smiled bitterly with lingering fear. Right now, his entire body was about to collapse from exhaustion. Because his clothes were constantly soaked in cold sweat, they were wet, dry, and wet again. At this moment, they were wrinkled and extremely uncomfortable. If it was not for the unfathomable danger in this place, Lin Yi would definitely take a bath and change his clothes. After all, this was really too uncomfortable. Fortunately, this was Lin Yi. If it was anyone else, they would have long since been struck until not even ashes were left. Even experiencing the feeling of discomfort was an extravagant dream. However, this suffering was not in vain. After surviving a great disaster, there was bound to be good fortune. Not only did he manage to keep his life, the power of thunder and lightning in his body became several times stronger. Although only a small part of it had been completely refined by Lin Yi, the rest could only be regarded as temporary taming. Just like the lightning strike that was comparable to a small lightning tribulation, it was a one-time consumable. Once it was used up, it would be gone. Only the small part that had been completely refined by him could be integrated into his spiritual root and grow endlessly. But even so, this time, Lin Yi had gained a lot. The process was a little dangerous, but the result was still satisfactory. Senior, did you feel that the lightning just now was a little strange? Lin Yi asked as he recovered. Why is it strange? The ghostly thing was puzzled. Although its knowledge was far greater than Lin Yi's, after all, it did not personally come into contact with that purple lightning. The clues that Lin Yi could feel, it might not be able to. I have received the inheritance of the giant electric eel and experienced the lightning tribulation. After thinking about it carefully, I found that although the two are both powerful lightning, there is actually an essential difference. Lin Yi frowned and muttered. Oh. Tell me more about it. The ghostly thing asked. Not only is there a difference in the strength of the lightning, but more importantly, the thoughts contained in it are completely different. Lin Yi carefully thought about it and analyzed. The lightning tribulation is the power of heaven and earth, so it is completely cold and has no emotions to speak of. But the giant electric eel is different. Its lightning seems to have some kind of emotional color. There is such a thing. This time, even the ghostly thing was shocked. It was not because of this discovery of Lin Yi, but because of Lin Yi's keen insight. Because he was not good at lightning, he did not know much about it. But one thing was clear, this kind of thing was not something that ordinary people could detect. He had a strong willpower, keen insight, and a tenacious mind that remained calm in the face of danger. Not only did this kid have an unparalleled innate talent like the spirit root, even these hidden innate talents were terrifyingly strong. It was really not luck that he was able to achieve what he had today. Chapter 4904. You're saying that the lightning just now. The ghostly being could not help but gasp. It's not natural. Instead, it carries some kind of emotion, just like the giant electric eel. This discovery was too shocking. Even Lin Yi had to take deep breaths to calm himself down. When he first thought about it, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. In other words, there's a mastermind behind the purple lightning. The ghostly being pondered for a moment before it analyzed. It's unlikely for ordinary human cultivators to enter this place. That means it must be a lightning-type spirit beast. Not just any lightning-type spirit beast can produce such a powerful lightning. Only those that stand at the peak of the lightning type, such as the Thunder Dragon or the Lightning Eagle, can do it. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This was Thunder Burial City. Only powerful lightning-type spirit beasts could appear here. Although he had been struck by the Lightning Eagle once before and was not as powerful as it was just now, there was still a difference in strength between the Lightning Eagles. If it was the strongest Lightning Eagle, it might even be able to compete with the giant electric eel. After all, they were already top-tier lightning-type spirit beasts. It was not surprising for them to be able to produce lightning that was close to purple. Of course, it could also be the Thunder Dragon or other top-tier lightning-type spirit beasts. With their powerful racial talents, it was normal for them to reach this level. Could it be that I barged in recklessly and disrupted its death ritual? Is that why it's angry at me? Lin Yi suddenly thought of this possibility. At the same time, he was shocked. This was Thunder Burial City. There could only be one reason why those powerful lightning-type spirit beasts would appear here, and that was to carry out a thunder burial. Hee, if that's the case, then you've really drawn the best lot, the ghostly being said with a smile. Best lot? I should have drawn the worst lot. Great, it was just about to prepare for a thunder burial, but I barged in. It's obvious that I'm begging it to bury me together with it. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Even at a time like this, it was still in the mood to joke. He really had to give in to this ghostly being. That's not necessarily true. The thunder burial is a very sacred death ritual for a thunder-type spirit beast. It can't tolerate any blasphemy. Therefore, I reckon that before it gets rid of an outsider like you, it won't rashly activate the thunder burial, the ghostly thing said disapprovingly. Oh, that's good. Lin Yi subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but then he reacted. Good my ass. Even if the other party didn't carry out the lightning burial immediately, they would still deal with him at all costs. With the power of the lightning just now, he would die no matter what. Hee, no matter what, you should find a way out of here before the other party launches another attack. Otherwise, both of us will be buried here, the ghostly thing said. Yes. Lin Yi nodded. He didn't have the time to think so much and immediately began to feel his way forward. If he was lucky, he might be able to find the array eye or a way out. Although the chances were very slim, he could only try it as a last resort in this situation. He carefully felt his way forward. To his surprise, there was no lightning this time. Although he was glad, Lin Yi didn't dare to let his guard down. This was clearly the calm before the storm. Senior, do you feel it? Lin Yi asked the ghostly thing. I feel it. It seems that your speculation was right. The entire space around us is filled with a strong resentment, the ghostly thing muttered. What? The entire space. Lin Yi was shocked. He only faintly felt that it was very strange. This resentment was like some kind of existence that was embarrassed into anger. He didn't think that this resentment could actually fill the entire space. Yes, although my divine sense is blocked, my intuition has never been wrong. This resentment is somewhat unbelievably strong. The ghostly thing's tone was dignified and thoughtful. In that case, the thing that's targeting us should be a very heaven-defying thunder spirit beast. Could it be the thunder dragon of your dragon clan? Senior, you might be able to make friends with it. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. When it came to the most powerful thunder spirit beast, the lightning eagle would probably be ranked behind the thunder dragon. If it really was a thunder dragon, with the ghostly thing's identity as the former azure dragon, they might be able to sit down and have a talk. Boy, don't hold on to this kind of luck. Hurry up and find a way to escape. This feeling, this aura doesn't feel like a thunder dragon at all. Even if it is, I have no friendship with it. How can I be related? The ghostly thing curled its lips disapprovingly. Alright. In fact, Lin Yi also knew that this idea was not reliable, so he didn't stop and sped up his pace. However, the visibility in this place was too low. It was foggy and he couldn't see anything. He couldn't sense anything with his divine sense either. Lin Yi could only rely on his feet to explore the surrounding environment. At this time, Lin Yi was no longer in the mood to look for the spirit-nurturing grass. No matter how good a treasure was, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. Treasures like the spirit-nurturing grass would have to wait until he was sure that he could escape. In the process of constantly exploring, Lin Yi was suddenly shocked. He didn't need the warning from the jade pendant to know that a powerful lightning had gathered above his head. Lin Yi only needed to raise his head to take a look and he was shocked. The lightning was almost purple before, but this time it was completely purple. This meant that the lightning above his head was even more powerful than before. Moreover, Lin Yi clearly felt that with the appearance of this purple lightning, the resentment that permeated the surroundings seemed to have become a little more comfortable at this moment. It was as if it was using this purple lightning to vent its anger. Boom! The purple lightning didn't hover for too long like the last time. Before Lin Yi could react, it had already struck down. Without any suspense, Lin Yi was once again struck in the air. His whole body twitched and trembled like a sieve. The purple lightning just now had already made Lin Yi suffer enough, and this purple lightning, even if Lin Yi had some experience, he couldn't completely bear it. This was no longer simple pain, but endless torture. If this continued, even if his willpower could withstand it, his body would definitely not be able to. After all, he was only a mysterious Ascension early-stage master. The power of thunder and lightning that he could withstand was extremely limited. Any more and he would die. Chapter 4905. There was no time to think about it. As soon as this idea came to mind, Lin Yi immediately put it into action. He endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and mobilized the power of thunder and lightning that he had gathered around his spiritual root, pouring it out in the form of a lightning strike. Boom! There was a sudden explosion, and the dark blue lightning and the purple lightning collided head-on. Incomparably thick electric arcs instantly scattered in all directions, and it was a magnificent scene of thunder and lightning blooming in the air. Although this sudden inspiration did not allow Lin Yi to get out of the predicament, unexpectedly, it successfully offset a part of the purple lightning. At the same time, because of this electric discharge, his physical body, which had already reached its limit, also got a chance to breathe. At least there was space for him to refine the purple lightning. Huff, huff. Lin Yi half knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. He panted heavily, and there were traces of electric burns all over his body. Fortunately, they were not fatal injuries. It was really lucky that he could survive this time. Hee, you are really daring. You can even think of this kind of method. Aren't you afraid that after your lightning is assimilated by the purple lightning, it will turn against you? This time, even the ghostly thing had a lingering fear in its heart. Lightning could absorb each other. Although Lin Yi's lightning strike had exceeded his usual level, it was still much weaker than the purple lightning. It was very normal for it to be assimilated. However, from the result, it seemed that Lin Yi had obviously won the gamble. How can I think so much in a hurry? Lin Yi was also afraid when he thought of this possibility, but he quickly guessed the reason. He rejoiced and said, "It seems that my speculation just now is really right. There is another master behind this purple lightning." "What do you mean?" the ghostly thing asked in confusion. "If this is an emotionless lightning, then my lightning strike is very likely to be assimilated by it, because my thoughts are nothing in the face of the pressure of heaven and earth. However, if it is not a lightning strike, but a lightning strike with the thoughts of someone, then everyone is working for their own master, and it is normal for them to cancel each other out." Lin Yi speculated. "That makes sense. However, this is just your own speculation. It's mostly a gamble with your life. Kid, your courage is truly frightening. The ghostly thing sighed. It can't be helped. If we don't bet our lives now, we might not have the chance to do so again. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Fortunately, you won the bet. Otherwise, even I would have to die with you. That would be a great loss. TSK, 2 lives in one body. The ghost pursed its lips and pretended to complain. Speaking of which, is this how you use 2 lives in one body? Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was clearly this guy who had instigated him to come here, and now he had the cheek to complain about him. He really did not know what to say. However, he also knew that this ghostly thing was purely joking. Back then, this guy had abandoned his position as the dignified Azure Dragon Elder and thought of ways to run to the secular world. In the end, he ended up like this, but even so, he had never heard the word regret from him. To put it bluntly, this ghostly thing was a carefree and willful lord. It dared to do anything, but regretting it. The word probably did not exist in its dictionary. As the two of them spoke, the massive resentment in the surroundings suddenly became even more intense. If it was just resentment before, then this feeling had now become a vicious curse. After Lin Yi noticed it, he was shocked. He really did not expect that he had worked so hard to withstand the 2 lightning bolts. Not only did he not get through the crisis, but it seemed that this was just the beginning. When did he become so hateful? Kid, you have always attracted hatred. Everywhere you go, you have enemies. Everyone comes to find trouble with you. Aren't you used to it? The ghostly thing did not miss the opportunity to complain. Senior, can you be more serious? It seems that there will be more lightning bolts coming, and they will be stronger than the 2 just now. If I can't withstand it, we will really die in this damn place. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. It's okay. Didn't you find a way to deal with it just now? I'm optimistic about you. You won't die. The ghostly thing laughed disapprovingly. It had more confidence in Lin Yi than Lin Yi himself. Even at this time, it still had the mood to joke. Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly. Although the method that he came up with in a hurry did work, who knew how strong the next lightning would be? What if it couldn't withstand it? In any case, this place must not be stayed any longer. Even if it was purely measuring with his feet, he had to find the array as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise, it would be a disaster today. Not even a moment later, another bolt of lightning came crashing down on his head. The resentment seemed to carry a cruel sense of pleasure, and just as Lin Yi had expected, this one was stronger than the last. The color of the lightning's eyes was starting to turn dark purple. Once it completely turned into a dark purple lightning, it meant that the power was similar to that of the giant electric eel. It was a terrible killing move that could kill a sea-splitting stage existence with a sneak attack. Even 100 Lin Yi wouldn't be able to withstand it. This time, Lin Yi was already prepared. After receiving the warning from the jade pendant, he did not hesitate to pour out all the power of thunder and lightning accumulated in his body. An incomparably powerful dark blue lightning bolt broke through the air and met the purple lightning first. Lin Yi's heart was uneasy. Because this lightning bolt mobilized the extra power of thunder and lightning accumulated in the last time, its strength was far beyond his own strength. It was even much stronger than ordinary lightning tribulations. It already had the posture of a tenfold lightning tribulation. If it was before, even if you beat him to death, Lin Yi would not have thought that he could release such a powerful lightning bolt. But at this moment, he really couldn't be happy. Because even if it was the real tenfold lightning tribulation, it was still too much weaker than the purple lightning bolt above his head. It was really difficult to say how much he could offset. Sure enough, when Lin Yi's dark blue lightning bolt encountered the purple lightning bolt, it almost didn't produce any sparks. In the blink of an eye, it was completely extinguished. Then, Lin Yi began to crazily convulse for the 3rd time. The first time was severe pain, the second was torment, but this third time, Lin Yi was a little numb. This kind of thing began to happen again and again. The degree of pain was greatly reduced, but Lin Yi's heart was sinking little by little because this was really not good news. It must be known that pain was the most important self-protection mechanism of the human body. Once the body felt completely numb, it meant that the body had completely given up resistance. In short, there was no hope. Chapter 4906. Not only could he resist the lightning to a certain extent, but most importantly, he could prevent his body from exploding on the spot. That was the minimum condition for him to survive. Lin Yi didn't know how long it had been, but he'd finally made it through the third lightning. His body was charred black, and he looked like a miner who'd just crawled out of a coal mine. At the same time, he was a ragged homeless man. It was a sight that would make anyone who saw it cry. "I told you, kid. You'll definitely survive. Keep it up." The ghostly thing chuckled. "Fuck. Senior, please don't mock me. I'm really going to die if this happens a few more times. Senior, if you have any ideas, please use them now. I really can't hold on any longer," Lin Yi said weakly. He believed that with the ghostly thing's ability, it would not be helpless. If it was willing to help, it would definitely have a way to get out. To his surprise, the ghostly thing curled its lips and said, "What ideas do I have? If I had a way, I would have taught you long ago. Why would I let you suffer so much? No matter what, you're one of us. I'm not a psychopath. Why would I watch you get struck by lightning for nothing?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly. To be honest, he seriously suspected that the ghostly thing was a psychopath. Although he did not ask about it, he was sure that it had lived for at least 1,000 years. Moreover, it had been struggling at death's door for so long in this half-human, half-ghost appearance. It would be strange if it did not have any psychological problems. But to be honest, after watching for so long, I finally figured out something. The ghostly thing's tone suddenly changed. After all, it was a matter of life and death. It could not do nothing. It was basically a fool's dream for Lin Yi to escape by himself. What's the meaning? Lin Yi immediately became spirited. This place is not to be underestimated, the ghostly thing said seriously. Nonsense. Lin Yi rolled his eyes again. This was the legendary Thunder Burial City. He had been struck by lightning 3 times in a row. His whole body was almost cooked. How could this place be ordinary? I'm not talking nonsense. Don't tell me you've forgotten that although I don't have a physical body right now, I've been nourished in your jade pendant for so long. My primordial spirit has long since recovered to its peak, and it's even more refined than before. However, this place is still able to isolate my divine sense. Do you know what this means? The ghostly thing's tone was solemn. What do you mean? Lin Yi quickly asked. This means that this isn't a formation at all, because there has never been a formation on Heaven's Stage Island that could completely block my divine sense. Even the most profound formation I've seen could only restrict my divine sense at most. It definitely wouldn't be as useless as it is now. The ghostly thing sighed. Then what is this? Lin Yi didn't understand. Since he was in Thunder Burial City, he deduced that there was an extremely powerful formation here that completely blocked out divine senses. That was the most logical logic. However, this deduction was denied by the ghostly thing. With his experience, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. Do you still remember the half-moon lake on the North Island? The ghost asked instead of answering. Of course I remember. Lin Yi nodded immediately. The half-moon lake could be said to be the most shocking thing he had seen since he came to Heaven's Stage Island. The whole half-moon lake was the body of the same spirit beast. How terrifying it was. To be honest, when he heard this from the ghost, even with his courage and temperament, Lin Yi could not help but feel his legs turn to jelly. Before that, he had even fought with the humanoid puppet created by the ghost and even won the 10,000-year tree crystal. In retrospect, it was simply incredible. At that time, only the ghost could scare the spirit beast, so he was lucky enough to escape. Otherwise, even 10,000 Lin Yi would have died in it. The trip to the South Island let Lin Yi see the power of the spirit beast clan. Not to mention the ghost, the former azure dragon, the vermilion bird was already standing at the top of the spirit beast clan. Later, he saw the 5 poison flood dragon and the giant electric eel, which were beyond the sea-splitting stage. However, the most shocking thing to him was still the half-moon lake. So far, Lin Yi did not know the specific strength of the half-moon lake, but he thought it was not much weaker than the powerful spirit beasts on the South Island. Now that he thought about it, there was such a hidden existence in the back mountain of the North Island. Senior, why do you suddenly mention this? Lin Yi was a little confused, but then his expression changed and the corner of his mouth began to twitch. No way, when I was in that guy's body, my divine sense was as useless as it is now. This is the only time, the ghost said faintly. Fuck. Lin Yi was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. When he looked around again, his expression suddenly became unnatural. He gasped and said, Senior, do you mean, the entire Thunder Burial City is the same as the Half-Moon Lake, a super spirit beast that has become a spirit? I didn't say that. You're just making a wild guess. Do you think it's possible for such a large basin to be a spirit beast? The ghost said disapprovingly. Since it's possible for the Half-Moon Lake, of course it's possible for the Thunder Burial City. Lin Yi said firmly. No, they are completely different. The real body of the Half-Moon Lake is actually the giant fir tree in the middle, and the surrounding Half-Moon Lake is just a derivative of its huge roots. Therefore, it is a real life form. As long as it has enough opportunities, it will naturally become a spirit. However, look at the Thunder Burial City. Does it look like a life form? The ghost asked. This doesn't seem like it. Lin Yi shook his head. It was understandable that the giant fir tree had become a spirit, but if the Thunder Burial City, which was made of soil and stone, had also become a spirit, then his worldview and outlook on life would really collapse. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then he quickly asked, but how do you explain this situation? According to what you said, your divine sense will only lose its effect when it enters the body of a powerful creature, right? You can say that. That's why I speculate that although this place is different from the Half-Moon Lake, there should be some similarities. Don't you think the resentment in the surroundings is a little too strong? The ghost asked. It is indeed too strong. Even a top-notch thunder-type spirit beast like the Thunder Dragon shouldn't be able to release its resentment out of nowhere and fill this place with it, right? Unless. Lin Yi said hesitantly. Unless what? The ghost asked. Chapter 4907. Speaking of malicious spirits, aren't I a ready-made malicious spirit? It's just that I don't usually harm people. The ghostly thing chuckled. Ah. Lin Yi was rendered speechless. However, he soon understood what the ghostly thing meant. He asked in surprise, Senior, what do you mean? A primordial spirit. Although we're not inside a living creature like the Half-Moon Lake, we're inside a gigantic primordial spirit. That's the only explanation, the ghostly thing said in a firm tone. That makes sense. Lin Yi nodded. First, the ghostly thing's divine sense was ineffective. Then, there was the strong resentment in the surroundings. This seemed to be the only explanation. Then, he asked curiously, what kind of thing can have such a gigantic primordial spirit? Can it cover the entire Thunder Burial City? Although Lin Yi did not know much about primordial spirits, he knew some basic knowledge. For example, a primordial spirit would usually maintain its original appearance. Even if it did not, it would only condense into a cloud of ghostly mist like the ghostly thing. Although it was not impossible for it to disperse in all directions, wouldn't that increase the risk of the primordial spirit being destroyed? It was difficult for a primordial spirit to exist out of thin air. Even the ghostly thing, the former azure dragon, was on the verge of death. Without the support of a physical body, it would be like a tree without roots or water without a source. It would only dissipate bit by bit. However, if the primordial spirit was gigantic, it would only speed up the process. What's the most common thing in this place? The ghostly thing asked. Since this is Thunder Burial City, it's only natural that the number of dead thunder attribute spirit beasts is the most. At this point, Lin Yi suddenly thought of something, and he asked, "Senior, are you saying that this primordial spirit is a dead thunder attribute spirit beast?" That's right. Judging from the looks of it, it's not just one or two primordial spirits. It's a strange existence that has gathered countless primordial spirits of thunder attribute spirit beasts. This is a vengeful spirit primordial spirit. The ghostly thing said with certainty. A vengeful spirit primordial spirit. Lin Yi was horrified. An evil primordial spirit that had gathered the resentment of countless thunder attribute spirit beasts, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. That's the only explanation. Perhaps it was only the soul of a certain lightning spirit beast in the beginning. However, if that's the case, it wouldn't have been able to last long. Thus, it could only devour the souls of other lightning spirit beasts and grow stronger. That's why it became what it is today. It really is a monster. The ghostly thing sighed. But if it's just a vengeful spirit, why can it use lightning to strike me? Lin Yi could not help but wonder. Logically speaking, aside from spiritual sense, a primordial spirit could not use any offensive or defensive martial techniques. Naturally, lightning was no exception. I was also curious about this problem at first, so I didn't think about it. But I just thought that if I can find a temporary host, even if it's just a vengeful spirit, I can use the host's power when he was alive. I can find the corpse of any thunder spirit beast here, and I can use the power of thunder, the ghostly thing said. So that's how it is. Lin Yi suddenly understood. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly thought of something. With a strange expression, he asked, "If I die, Senior, will you do the same?" "Guess." The ghostly thing laughed and did not give a direct answer. "I guess you will." Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Although they were familiar with each other, he did not dare to flatter the ghostly thing too much. Don't forget that when they first met, this guy had the idea of taking over his body. Once he died, this guy would definitely not sit still and wait for death. It was almost inevitable that it would take over his body. To expect this guy to regard his body as something sacred and inviolable was simply an idiot in the eyes of the ghostly thing. But then again, Lin Yi did not expect such a thing to happen. If he really died, everything would have nothing to do with him. Being able to let this ghostly thing borrow his body could be considered as a benefit to him. After all, one should not let the goodies flow into one's field. Alright, enough nonsense. You know what to do next, right? The ghostly thing returned to the topic. Of course. Lin Yi nodded in a deep voice. Since he had confirmed that this was not a formation, there was no so-called formation I. There was only one way to leave this place, and that was to find the corpse that the vengeful spirit was temporarily residing in and destroy it. There was no other way. The lingering resentment in the surroundings was getting stronger, which meant that the fourth lightning strike was not far away. Although he had withstood 3 lightning strikes in a row, Lin Yi still did not have the slightest confidence that he could face the 4th and 5th lightning strikes. This was because he could tell from the vengeful spirit's behavior that the stronger the resentment, the stronger the lightning. Therefore, Lin Yi had to race with the ghostly thing. He had to find the ghostly thing before it launched a stronger attack. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Otherwise, he would definitely die today. However, it was easier said than done. Putting aside what he should do after finding the ghostly thing, it was extremely difficult to find the corpse that the ghostly thing was residing in. His vision was blocked, and his divine sense was ineffective. He could only search with his feet. Under such circumstances, finding a corpse in Thunder Burial City was easier said than done. It was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. However, Lin Yi had no other choice. This was the only way. Even if he had to kneel, he could only grit his teeth and crawl. Otherwise, he would die. After searching for a while, Lin Yi suddenly stopped. There was a white skeleton under his feet. It seemed to belong to some kind of bulky dog-type spirit beast, but he was not sure what kind of spirit beast it was. Lin Yi only took a glance at it before continuing to explore. This skeleton could not possibly be the host of the vengeful spirit. After all, it had been dead for a long time and had rotted into a pile of bones. Some of the bones even showed signs of weathering. Putting aside the question of whether the vengeful spirit could still reside in it, even if it did, it would not be able to move, let alone anything else. In addition, there was another important reason. The vengeful spirit Yuanshan's strength was largely limited by its host's strength when it was alive. It was impossible for an ordinary thunder-type spirit beast to unleash that kind of purple lightning just now. Only the few thunder-type spirit beasts that stood at the top had a chance. As a result, instead of saying that he was looking for a lightning beast's body, it would be more accurate to say that he wasn't looking for a normal lightning beast's body. His target range was very limited, and there was an 80 to 90% chance that it would be a lightning eagle or a lightning dragon. Chapter 4908. Although they looked shocking, they were all ordinary thunder-type spirit beasts. Perhaps they could cause trouble in the outside world, but if they wanted to be chosen as a host by the vengeful spirit primordial spirit, they were obviously not qualified. While he was exploring, another bolt of purple lightning struck down from above. Lin Yi was already prepared. He waved his hand and struck again. What happened next was a repeat of the crazy scene from before. Fortunately, Lin Yi was a little surprised. This time, the purple lightning was not much stronger than before. With the previous experience, he was able to successfully resist it. Of course, he looked very miserable, but he did not suffer many substantial injuries. Could it be that this is its limit? Lin Yi was suddenly happy. The lightning tempering had made him a lot stronger than when he came in. Not only had the power of the lightning become stronger, but even his body had become more resistant to electricity. With his current state, if he walked out, let alone a normal lightning tribulation, he would be able to resist 5 times the lightning tribulation without batting an eyelid. 10 times the lightning tribulation would at most make him groan. After all, he had endured at least 50 times the lightning tribulation. Especially the last 2 times, it was estimated that it was nearly 100 times. It seems to be the case. The power of its purple lightning is already comparable to a mountain opening stage master. It is impossible for it to be stronger than this. The ghostly thing agreed. Why is that? If it is really a top-level thunder-type spirit beast, it is not strange for it to be above the mountain opening stage, right? Lin Yi was puzzled. The strength of top-level thunder-type spirit beasts like the Thunder Dragon and the Lightning Eagle would not be much weaker than the top-level masters of the other spirit beast clans. Otherwise, no one would look at the Thunder-type spirit beasts seriously. In other words, even if the strength of the powerful existence among them was not comparable to the 4 top elders, the strength of the Earth opening stage was at the very least. It's not strange, but you have to know that even if the vengeful spirit's primordial soul is attached to their corpses, it's impossible for it to display all of its strength when it was alive. It's bound to be damaged, and it's very normal for it to fall by a realm. Spirit beasts at the Earth opening stage can only display the strength of the mountain opening stage in its hands, and it's very difficult to be stronger than this, the ghost explained. So that's how it is. Senior, you should have told me earlier. I've been so worried for so long. Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. His nerves had been stretched taut since just now. He really thought that he was not far from death this time. However, after listening to the ghost's words, he could finally put his heart back into his stomach. Hee, how can I guarantee this kind of thing? Even if its strength is reduced by a great realm, what if the corpse turns out to be at the sea-splitting stage? Wouldn't you still die then? The ghostly thing laughed in schadenfreude. Aren't sea-splitting stage cultivators capable of fighting over the 4 grand elders of your spirit beast clans? How could there be so many sea-splitting stage cultivators? Senior, don't lie to me. Lin Yi curled his lips and said. There aren't many sea-splitting stage spirit beasts, but who told you that there aren't any thunder attribute spirit beasts? They used to be a powerful existence in the past. If it weren't for the appearance of the Spirit Beast King, they would have met a similar fate as the Ghost-Eyed Eagle King. Most of them were forced to hole up in this thunderous plain island. Perhaps if they would have had a share of the 4 grand elders, the ghostly thing said with a sigh. In that case, the Spirit Beast King has simply reshuffled the power structure of your Spirit Beast clan. Lin Yi sighed with heartfelt emotion. Nonsense, it's the only one in history to be able to forcibly unite all the spirit beasts into one clan. This kind of matter is only a trivial matter in its eyes, the ghostly thing said in a deliberately indifferent manner. It didn't realize that its tone had unconsciously changed as soon as it mentioned the Spirit Beast King. Lin Yi secretly smiled when he heard this. The Spirit Beast King really deserved its reputation if it could make this ghostly thing admire it from the bottom of its heart. While the two of them were communicating with each other through their souls, Lin Yi was still rapidly exploring the surroundings. There were already no less than 100 skeletons under his feet. If it weren't for the current critical situation, Lin Yi would have definitely slowed down his pace and widened his horizons. This place was simply a Thunder Attribute Spirit Beast Museum. There were all kinds of strange and bizarre things. After a while, an incomparably huge amount of resentment was accompanied by a loud rumble of purple lightning. Lin Yi threw out a lightning strike to contend with it. Then, he once again broke into a dance in the air. To be honest, he had already started to get used to it. The time between the beginning and the end is getting shorter and shorter. It seems that we'll soon find the master. The ghostly thing began to excitedly rub its palms together. Even if we find it, we might not be able to defeat it. Senior, why are you so excited? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Although there should be no problem with his previous deduction, the problem was, what should he do after he found the opponent? Even if the opponent only had the strength of the mountain opening stage, he wouldn't be able to defeat it as a mere early stage mysterious ascending stage. After thinking about it, Lin Yi felt that the only good news at the moment was that he was becoming more and more resistant to electricity. The opponent should not be able to kill him in a short period of time. Otherwise, if it was a mountain opening stage being of other attributes, he might be killed in a second. Of course, if that was really the case, he wouldn't foolishly take the initiative to find the opponent. Instead, he would only run as far away as he could. He didn't dare to be caught by the opponent. Why can't I defeat it? The ghostly thing disagreed. It curled its lips and said, it's not a real mountain opening stage spirit beast. At most, it's a controlled corpse. It's full of flaws. It's perfect for you to practice your moves. Really? Lin Yi was stunned. From what the ghostly thing said, the opponent was nothing to be afraid of. However, no matter what, it was at least a mountain opening stage being. Was it really that easy to deal with? Take a guess. The ghostly thing chuckled. Guess your sister. Lin Yi was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He really didn't know what to say to such a fellow. He could only continue to search in silence. Whether the ghostly thing was telling the truth or not, he would find out once he tried it. After that, there were another 2 bolts of purple lightning. With Lin Yi's rare body talent, although he could be reborn every time he was hit, he still couldn't endure being struck continuously. If he was hit a few more times, he might overload his body and die from heart paralysis. However, fortunately, he finally found an extremely blurry and huge shadow in front of him. Lin Yi instantly felt that something was different because the opponent was moving. At the moment, they were only about 100 feet apart. Due to the heavy fog, Lin Yi couldn't see the opponent's face at all. The first thought that appeared in his mind was, is this dead or alive? Chapter 4909. However, if it was alive, it meant that it was a thunder-type spiritual beast that was about to die. It was very likely that it would trigger the thunder burial ritual soon. Should he still rush forward? Lin Yi only hesitated for a moment before he heard the alarm of the jade pendant. Without even looking at it, he subconsciously activated his extreme butterfly steps and dodged to the side. Boom! This time, it was not purple lightning that fell, but a giant claw. To be precise, it should be a giant bone claw. At first glance, it looked like an eagle's claw, but when he raised his head slightly, he could see that it was not an eagle's body at all. Its huge and ferocious head was suspended in the air, and its eye sockets were emitting 2 terrifying purple lights. Thunder Dragon. This time, Lin Yi almost blurted out. He had never seen a thunder dragon before, but there was no doubt that the giant beast in front of him was a thunder dragon. Moreover, it was a thunder dragon that had been dead for a long time. There was not much dry skin and flesh on its body, and white bones could be seen everywhere. The strong death aura really made one's scalp tingle. It seems that my previous guess was right. The spirit of resentment is controlling this thunder dragon's corpse. Hee, kid, your chance to show off your skills is here. The ghost did not miss the opportunity and laughed. Damn! Lin Yi was simply full of vulgarities. Previously, he had been struck by purple lightning so many times that both his spirit and body were already exhausted. Now, he had to face such a huge thunder dragon alone. Wasn't this a trap? Even if this was just a thunder dragon's corpse controlled by the spirit of resentment, it was still comparable to the existence of the mountain opening period. It was easy for the ghost to say, but the problem was that it was not so easy to deal with. However, in order to survive, he could only fight to the end. It seemed that because so many lightning strikes had not killed Lin Yi before, the thunder dragon's corpse actually gave up on the purple lightning and directly launched an attack with its huge body. After a sharp and ear-piercing roar, 2 giant bone claws slapped down at the same time. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. If he was hit by this attack, he would definitely be smashed into minced meat. What was even more difficult to deal with was that although this fellow's huge body was close at hand, it appeared very ghostly due to the cover of the surrounding fog. The attack came without warning, and if one were to observe it purely with the naked eye, by the time they saw its bone claws, they might have already been smashed to death. Fortunately, Lin Yi had the jade pendant as an early warning, and with the help of the extreme butterfly's subtle steps, he could successfully avoid the attack. Otherwise, it would be good if he could escape, let alone fight against it. Dodging 2 bone claws consecutively, without waiting for Lin Yi to heave a sigh of relief, a bone tail swept towards him from the side. There was no need to experience it personally, just looking at the momentum was enough to make one's scalp go numb. This tailbone covered an extremely large area, and it almost completely sealed off all of Lin Yi's escape routes. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yi hastily shot out his Jinqi without any regard for the price. His feet suddenly exerted force, and his whole body instantly soared into the sky. Hiss! Seeing this, the thunder dragon's dried corpse let out a terrifying roar, opened its huge mouth, and bit towards Lin Yi, who was in midair. Seeing this, Lin Yi was scared out of his wits. At this time, he was in midair, and he didn't even have a foothold to borrow strength from, so how could he dodge? At this critical moment of life and death, he watched helplessly as the Thunder Dragon's huge mouth got closer and closer. If he was bitten, Lin Yi's body would instantly be smashed to pieces. After all, the Thunder Dragon was a powerful existence that stood at the top of the Thunder attribute spirit beasts. Not to mention its powerful power of thunder and lightning, its physical combat strength alone was already not to be underestimated. Even if this Thunder Dragon's dried corpse only retained 30% of its strength when it was alive, it was enough to kill Lin Yi without a burial place. However, at this critical moment, when an ordinary person's mind would have gone blank, Lin Yi's mind turned even faster than usual. Unexpectedly, he thought of a clever way to escape death. Taking advantage of the moment when the Thunder Dragon opened its mouth to bite him, genuine chi suddenly shot out from his back, and he took the initiative to send himself into the Thunder Dragon's huge mouth. If this was a living Thunder Dragon, Lin Yi would definitely not dare to do this even if he was beaten to death, because sending himself into the Thunder Dragon's mouth was basically suicide. Fortunately, this was only a Thunder Dragon's dried corpse, so as long as he could avoid being bitten by its sharp teeth, entering the Thunder Dragon's mouth was not a big problem. In fact, this gave Lin Yi an unprecedented advantage, because after he entered the Thunder Dragon's mouth, the Thunder Dragon's dried corpse suddenly found that it could not hit this human bug. Oh boy, you really are a fighting genius. Even with the ghostly creature's foresight, it couldn't help but praise him. It clicked its tongue and said, "Being a human is such a waste of your combat talent. How good would it be if you were a spirit beast? If you had the powerful physical body of our dragon clan, you would be able to challenge the vermilion bird." At this time, Lin Yi did not have the time to pay attention to it. Entering the Thunder Dragon's mouth in a desperate situation, although this time he had the absolute advantage, it was still a big problem to defeat the Thunder Dragon. He was only a mysterious Ascended Realm early stage master, and really did not have any means to deal with such a level of Thunder Dragon's dried corpse. Right now, the most lethal lightning strike obviously could not be used. If it hit the Thunder Dragon's body, it would probably not even be able to scratch an itch. After all, the Thunder Dragon was the real expert in playing with electricity. Its ability to withstand electricity was naturally far above that of a human like Lin Yi. As for the remaining other means, the most powerful was only the 5 elements killing chi. If Lin Yi was given enough time, he might be able to create an even stronger 8 elements martial skill, but unfortunately, he obviously did not have this condition right now. Whatever. Lin Yi did not have time to continue to hesitate. He raised his hand and sent out the most powerful 5 elements killing chi, directly towards the brain of the Thunder Dragon's dried corpse. He knew that attacking other places was useless, only this place was most likely to hide the vengeful spirit Yuan Shen. Boom! The 5 elements killing chi instantly pierced through a thick layer of white bones, and the huge brain cavity appeared in front of Lin Yi without any obstruction. Impressively, there was a strange purple mist entrenched inside. Lin Yi's body suddenly trembled. He only felt a monstrous resentment rushing towards him. This was almost solid. Caught off guard, his whole body was sent flying. Fortunately, in a moment of desperation, he grabbed the bone next to him, otherwise, he would have failed and had to start all over again. Could it be that this is the vengeful spirit Yuan Shen? Lin Yi's heart moved. He subconsciously raised his hand and sent out another 5 elements killing chi, but he regretted it as soon as he sent it out. Since the opponent was a Yuan Shen, the 5 elements killing chi was completely useless against it. Sure enough, the 5 elements killing chi directly passed through the strange purple mist. There was not even the slightest sound. It was completely useless. Chapter 49:10. After communicating with the ghostly thing for so long, Lin Yi immediately knew that it wasn't a voice from reality. Instead, it was a message that the vengeful spirit had imprinted in his mind through divine sense. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It wasn't as if he didn't have any methods to deal with this kind of primordial spirit. Don't forget that when he first met this ghostly thing, he didn't immediately start a friendly conversation with it. Lin Yi wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with this vengeful spirit that couldn't even speak clearly. He summoned his alchemic fire without hesitation. This thing was the most effective against primordial spirits. The alchemic fire instantly entered the strange purple mist. However, the scene that Lin Yi expected to destroy the opponent's primordial spirit didn't happen. At first glance, it seemed that the opponent didn't react at all. How is this possible? Lin Yi immediately frowned. This can't be. Could it be that the alchemic fire has no effect on primordial spirits? However, Lin Yi immediately knew that he was wrong. The strange purple mist that was originally calm suddenly became extremely violent. The lightning dragon's dried corpse that was under its control directly used its claws and tail to smash its huge, hideous head into pieces in an instant. Lin Yi lost his footing and fell from the sky. He was terrified. Fortunately, the jade pendant warned him in time and he dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have most likely been smashed into pieces like the lightning dragon's dried corpse. From the looks of it, the alchemic fire wasn't completely ineffective against it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suddenly become so violent and even allowed the lightning dragon's dried corpse to mutilate itself. Of course it's effective. However, the level of your alchemic fire is too low. It can't destroy it directly, but it can still hurt it. The ghostly thing that had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke. Then what should I do now? Should I still use my alchemic fire to burn it? Lin Yi asked as he dodged the lightning dragon's dried corpse that suddenly fell to the ground. At this time, after the self-mutilation, the lightning dragon's dried corpse didn't even have its head anymore. The strange purple mist had completely separated from its head and was gradually dissipating into the air. It was not destroyed. Instead, it had reverted to its original form as a vengeful spirit. The resentment that shrouded the entire Thunder Burial City was its true form. If you want to burn it, then burn it. However, it won't be of much use. It will only cause it a little pain. If you want to rely on your pill flame to burn it to death, who knows how long it will take. The ghostly thing curled its lips. Then what should I do? Lin Yi frowned helplessly. He could do nothing but stare helplessly as he watched the purple mist gradually disappear into the surrounding resentment. Let's just watch the show. You've been playing for so long, it's time for me to exercise a little. The ghostly thing chuckled, and before Lin Yi could react, he suddenly roared, "Octagonal deity, get out here." An unparalleled pressure pressed down on all four directions, and Lin Yi could clearly feel that the vengeful spirits around him had been shaken off a bit, while the purple mist in the distance was trembling non-stop, as if there was an invisible suction force pulling it over. Under this strong suction force, the strange purple mist was unable to resist at all. Moreover, what surprised Lin Yi even more was that as the strange purple mist was pulled over, the huge amount of resentment in the surroundings rapidly weakened and soon disappeared without a trace. Not only that, but the thick mist in all directions also gradually dissipated. His vision suddenly became clear, and he could clearly see dozens of feet away. Even his divine sense could be used again. Lin Yi was overjoyed. It was as if a drowning man had finally seen the light of day. He could finally take a breath of relief. The suffocating feeling of being shrouded in layers of mist was unbearable, and his chest felt like it was going to explode if this went on. "Senior, if you have such a powerful method, why didn't you use it earlier? Instead, you made me fight to death with a thunder dragon's corpse. Are you deliberately teasing me?" Lin Yi couldn't help but complain with a wry smile. "Who's teasing you? I don't have the time to do that." The ghostly thing sneered. "Isn't that the case? I fought desperately for a long time, but in the end, it was useless." "Senior," you casually roared and it was subdued. "Why didn't you do anything earlier?" Lin Yi curled his lips. Casually roared. The ghostly thing was immediately amused. It chuckled and said, "Boy, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you think it's so easy to casually roar with such a powerful divine sense? Let me tell you, using this move will greatly damage my vitality. I've been preparing it since I came in. After all, this is the vengeful spirit's primordial spirit that has gathered the souls of countless thunder attribute spirit beasts. Do you really think it's so easy to deal with?" Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Only now did he realize that the ghostly thing seemed to be a little weak. It seemed that it had really damaged its vitality. A move that could suppress the vengeful spirit's primordial spirit in one fell swoop was really costly. As the two of them spoke, the strange purple mist had been completely captured. However, it was no longer a ball of mist like before. Instead, it revealed some appearances of spirit beasts. However, one moment it was a dragon, the next moment it was a hawk, the next moment it was a tiger, and the next moment it was a leopard. "You will all die." The vengeful spirit's primordial spirit's voice was once again imprinted in Lin Yi's mind. "Hee, that's good. I want to see how you'll kill us." The ghostly thing sneered when it heard this. Then, as if a giant hand had appeared out of thin air, the vengeful spirit's primordial spirit let out a heart-wrenching scream. The purple light around it dimmed significantly. "Please, let me go." The vengeful spirit's primordial spirit couldn't take it anymore. Like a wild beast that had just learned to speak, it began to beg for mercy with great difficulty. This fellow is quite tactful." Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. He thought that since the other party was formed from the countless dead thunder attribute spirit beasts, it would be an incomparably fierce and violent existence. He didn't think that it would be able to speak with reason. He didn't think that it would so quickly open its mouth to beg for mercy. It's very normal. This fellow has fused with too many vengeful spirits. Although its strength is unbelievably strong, at the same time, because of the conflict between the various vengeful spirits, its intelligence is greatly affected. It's already good enough that it can still speak the human language. It doesn't know how to play any tricks. The ghostly thing explained. So that's how it is. No wonder this fellow's movements were so slow when it first attacked me. It took such a long time between the two bolts of lightning. If it was just a little bit faster, I wouldn't have been able to react and would have been struck to death by its lightning. Lin Yi nodded. Chapter 49:11. Lin Yi was purely relying on his beastly instincts to fight. Otherwise, even if an ordinary cultivator was controlling the lightning dragon mummy, Lin Yi reckoned that it would be difficult for him to find an opportunity to attack. After all, the difference in strength between them was just too great. It's fortunate that this is the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. You wouldn't have been able to hold on until I used the octagonal spirit capture. The ghostly thing chuckled. Then, another powerful aura descended on the origin soul of the vengeful specter's head. It said coldly, "Behave yourself, or you will die. Behave. The origin soul of the vengeful specter was unable to move and did not dare to resist. "Tell me, why did you attack us?" The ghostly thing asked in a deep voice. Eat. The origin soul of the vengeful specter stammered. Lin Yi was stunned. He immediately asked with his divine sense, "You want to eat my primordial spirit?" "Yes. I want to eat every time I come in." The origin soul of the vengeful specter admitted. You're a foodie." Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly. He finally understood that the lightning burial city was the nest of the origin soul of the vengeful specter. No matter who broke into the city, be it a lightning-type spiritual beast or a human cultivator, they were all food for the origin soul of the vengeful specter. If it could not eat continuously, the origin soul of the vengeful specter would continue to weaken and eventually die. "Alright, now that everything is clear, it's up to you to decide whether to kill it or not," the ghostly thing said indifferently. "You want me to decide?" Lin Yi was stunned. He looked at the trembling origin soul of the vengeful specter and shook his head. There's no benefit in killing it. It might even cause some changes. Kid, you're quite thoughtful. The ghostly being chuckled in agreement. However, your concerns aren't completely unreasonable. Even though this thing has low intelligence, it's still the ruler of Thunder Burial City. It's hard to say if there'll be a chain reaction if it's destroyed. That's right, but I can't let it go that easily. It hit me so many times, I'm almost burnt to a crisp. I should at least pay some medical fees. Lin Yi said with a playful smile on his lips. Medical fees. What is it? The vengeful spirit Yuanshan suddenly asked. Hee, this guy is quite curious. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. When he first found out about the vengeful spirit primordial spirit, his heart was filled with fear. He was even helpless against this ghostly thing. After that, he was struck by lightning like a stray dog. But now that he had completely subdued the vengeful spirit primordial spirit, his impression of the vengeful spirit primordial spirit was completely different. Not only was he not afraid, he even felt that the vengeful spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit was quite interesting. At this time, because the ghostly thing was no longer deliberately suppressing it, although the vengeful spirit was much weaker than before, its state could finally be stabilized, and it maintained the appearance of a lightning dragon. According to what the ghostly thing had said, this fellow's original primordial spirit was most likely a thunder dragon. Only such an extremely powerful being could leave behind a primordial spirit that could devour the primordial spirits of other thunder attribute spirit beasts after its death, and thus develop step by step to its current astonishing stage. Medical fees. I'll pay for the medical fees. The vengeful spirit seemed to have understood something. It pointed in all directions and stammered, "These are all for you, oh." Lin Yi glanced around and instantly choked. His expression was extremely interesting. At this moment, he finally had a chance to take a good look at the legendary Thunder Burial City. At this moment, without the dense fog of the vengeful spirit, he could see everything clearly. In the beginning, Lin Yi had expected that even if the ground wasn't filled with Xian cultivating grass, he would at least be able to find Xian cultivating grass easily. In the end, after taking a look around, his heart instantly sank to the bottom. This place was a barren wasteland. There wasn't even a single blade of grass to be seen, let alone mystic raising grass. All he could see were white bones. The so-called Thunder Burial City was just a beautified name. In Lin Yi's eyes, it was more appropriate to call this place a mass grave. You're saying that you're giving these bones to me as medical fees? Lin Yi looked at the vengeful spirit, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yes. I haven't finished eating them. The vengeful spirit quickly replied. This meant that there were still some spirit remnants left on the bones. It didn't absorb all of them, so it naturally handed them over. To it, these were probably the most precious things. To a certain extent, this vengeful spirit was actually quite generous. Unfortunately, Lin Yi really didn't have the fortune to enjoy such generosity. If there were some powerful thunder attribute spiritual beasts that had just died, they would still be of some value to him. However, perhaps because of the thunder burial, most of the corpses in front of him had already turned into white bones. They wouldn't be of much use to refine pills or forge weapons. They were only of little value. Lin Yi casually took some of the corpses of top-notch thunder attribute spiritual beasts such as thunder dragons and lightning eagles. After all, he didn't need to put in any effort. With a single thought, he could put them into the space in the jade pendant. Even if they were of little value, it was better than returning empty-handed. Sigh, I've made a wasted trip. Lin Yi sighed helplessly. He didn't even see a trace of the profound nurturing grass. Instead, he was struck by the vengeful spirit for nothing. He was really suffering. Kid, you should be content. Let's not talk about other things. The power of thunder in your body has improved by leaps and bounds. It's far better than 10 years of hard work. This kind of benefit isn't any worse than the profound nurturing grass. On the contrary, I've really suffered a great loss this time. I didn't gain anything at all. Instead, I suffered a great loss for nothing. The ghost thing smiled bitterly. Senior, since this fellow can grow stronger by devouring other thunder attribute spiritual beasts' primordial spirits, you should be able to too, right? Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. I can, but do you think my brain is flooded with water? The ghost thing curled its lips disapprovingly. What do you mean? Lin Yi was confused. If I devour other primordial spirits wantonly, of course, I can grow as fast as it. I can even devour it in one gulp. However, at that time, I won't be me anymore. I'll be the next stupid vengeful spirit. Do you understand? The ghost thing was speechless. That's serious. Lin Yi was slightly shocked. In his understanding, primordial spirits were the same as vital energy. They were also a type of energy. Since it was energy, it could naturally be replenished in the most direct way. He didn't expect this result. Chapter 49:12. That's not worth it. Rather than that, it's better to slowly nurture it myself. Lin Yi nodded and left Thunder Burial City. It wasn't until he climbed up the cliff that the ghost completely let go of the vengeful spirit. It spoke in a meaningful tone, consider this a good deed. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. Ha! Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, you can only enter this place once, and you won't have the chance to come again. Why would it come in handy? Hee, I've heard a rumor from Lei Long. I don't know if it's true or not, but this Thunder Plain Island isn't as simple as it looks. Let's talk about it in the future. I'm going into seclusion now, so don't bother me if there's nothing important. All right. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly and didn't pursue the matter. He left in high spirits and returned in low spirits. He hadn't even seen a trace of the Xian nurturing grass after so long. He was a little dispirited, and he was exhausted. He wasn't in the mood for it. He smiled bitterly as he looked at his tattered clothes. Lin Yi treated his wounds and changed into a clean set of clothes. He then began to search for Xinyan and the others. They should be looking for the Xian nurturing grass. If he was lucky, they might have already found it. However, before he could go far, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A moment later, he saw the figure of a somewhat familiar woman in the distance, stumbling in his direction. Lin Yi took a closer look and was shocked when he saw the figure. It was Ni Kaiyue. Although she was wearing a veil, it was easy to tell from her clothes and temperament that it was Ni Kaiyue. Didn't this girl leave? Why did she come back? Ni Kaiyue had been running and crawling along the way. Her flustered appearance didn't match the third fairy at all. She was overjoyed when she saw Lin Yi. She quickly yelled, "Help, young hero! Someone's trying to rob me." Lin Yi paused as he saw a figure approaching Ni Kaiyue from behind. It was a ferocious-looking man in black, holding a long and a short machete in his hands. It was a strange sight. Although Ni Kaiyue was stumbling, she was still a Mystic Ascension early-stage master. Her running speed was also extremely fast. In a few breaths, she had already reached Lin Yi's side and hid behind him without saying a word. At the same time, the man in black quickly caught up. He didn't even look at Lin Yi and stared at Ni Kaiyue fiercely. "Little girl, where's Brother Chang? Why isn't he back yet? Why are you fine? Hurry up and let me search your body to see if there's anything you shouldn't have on you. Only then can you prove your innocence," the man in black said as he put away the machete in his hand. He reached out to touch Ni Kaiyue's body. From beginning to end, he didn't put Lin Yi in his eyes. It was as if Lin Yi was air in his eyes. He didn't even have the qualifications to look at him. Lin Yi had seen many arrogant geniuses, but it was rare to see someone as arrogant as him. Young hero, save me. Young hero, save me. Ni Kaiwe was very clever. She dodged back and forth behind Lin Yi. She simply stopped running and used Lin Yi as a shield. Where did this blind boy come from? Get out of my way. The black-clothed man finally opened his mouth and cursed. With a twist of his wrist, the curved blade flashed, and he pressed it against Lin Yi's chest with lightning speed. I'll count to 3, or you die. Lin Yi looked at the black-clothed man calmly. He didn't want to stick his nose into other people's business. After all, he had only met Ni Kaiwe once, and they weren't friends at all. He didn't want to be someone's shield for no reason. He wasn't a fool who couldn't move his legs at the sight of a beautiful woman. However, now that the man's machete was on his chest, it was unrealistic for him to stay out of it. Moreover, Ni Kaiwe was quite likable. Lin Yi wouldn't completely leave her in the lurch. Let's talk. What's the matter? Lin Yi said immediately. Oh, you're quite arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? After the man in black was stunned, he suddenly showed his fierceness and said with a murderous look, 1, 2, 3. As soon as the voice fell, the man in black raised his hand without hesitation and was about to slash at Lin Yi. As a result, Ni Kaiwe, who was hiding behind him, suddenly came out and quickly stopped him. Don't slash. Don't slash. This has nothing to do with him. Lin Yi was about to cripple the man in black, but he couldn't help but smile when he heard this. It seemed that this chick, in addition to being a little silly, had a bit of loyalty. It was commendable that she didn't completely sell me at this time. Seeing Ni Kaiwe blocking in front of him, the man in black suddenly put away his machete. He looked back and forth at Ni Kaiwe and Lin Yi with a surprised face. He pinched his chin and sneered, I was wondering why you, little girl, had to run here. It turns out that you have a lover. Tell me, did the two of you conspire to kill Brother Chang? Ah. Ni Kaiwe was shocked when she heard this. She turned her head and looked at the inexplicable Lin Yi. She suddenly reacted and waved at the man in black, No, no, no. It's not me. I didn't want to kill him. What did you say? The man in black's eyes became sharp. Ah. No. I mean, he shouldn't be dead yet. Ni Tsayue's words became more and more outrageous. She didn't even finish 2 sentences before she spilled the beans. Lin Yi looked at this scene speechlessly. His forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew this chick's character and IQ. Otherwise, he would really think that she had ulterior motives to make him hate her. To be honest, Lin Yi had now begun to sincerely admire Ni Tsayue's master. Putting aside the fact that he betrothed this chick to Chang Lading, the fact that he was able to teach Ni Kaiwe to become a profound ascending stage master showed that this master was definitely a master. If it was an ordinary person, he would have cried at Ni Tsayue's stupidity. How could he teach her to such an extent? He had misunderstood Ni Kaiwe. In addition to being relatively simple, the main thing was that this chick had no experience in the martial world. So at critical times, she would appear to be stupid. It wasn't really a problem with her IQ. In terms of cultivation talent, Ni Kaiwe was a first-class cultivation genius. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to advance to profound ascending stage at such a young age. Chapter 49:13. No. I don't know if he's dead or not. Ni Kaiwe was so scared that her face turned pale, and she said with a sobbing tone. Hearing this, Lin Yi was completely speechless. Ni Tsayue's words were basically admitting that she had harmed Chang Lading. What was a pig teammate? This was a typical pig teammate. And then again, the other party was a profound ascension early stage master, and she herself was also a profound ascension early stage master. Even if her strength was not as good, she should not be afraid to this extent. Looking at Tsayua's flustered appearance, it was estimated that she had not fought at all. A dignified profound ascension early stage master, facing an opponent of the same level, did not even have the courage to make a move. To be more precise, she did not even have the thought of making a move. This was simply shocking. How did this kind of trash succeed in breaking through to the profound ascension stage? How could those who had spent their entire life's efforts only to stop at the Yuanian Great Perfection stage feel? From this point of view, Kaiwe was really a strange person. At this moment, a man in gray quickly approached from afar and shouted, "Old Li, how is it?" The man in black named Old Li responded and pointed at Lin Yi with his machete. "Old Xiao, this girl and her lover seem to have conspired to kill Brother Chang. What should we do?" "What? Brother Chang was killed by them? This damned adulterous couple." Old Xiao's face suddenly changed. Chang Lading was not only a big brother to the two of them, but also a backer and protective umbrella in the academy. If Chang Lading really died, the two of them would not be in a good situation in the future. After all, they used to be tyrannical and offended a lot of people. They really deserved to die. "Old Xiao, you decide what we should do next, I'll listen to you," Old Li said immediately. "Of course, we will kill this adulterous couple to avenge Brother Chang." Old Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Good, 1 blade each, Grandpa will send you 2 on your way." Old Li grinned and was about to attack Lin Yi and then Kaiwe. "Wait." Old Xiao suddenly reached out and stopped him. He stared at Kaiwe lecherously and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you know what's good for you, hand over all your good things, and obediently obey me, I can consider letting you live." "Ah. Kaiwe was frightened by his gaze that seemed to be able to see through her clothes. She quickly hid behind Lin Yi and pushed Lin Yi out. Seeing this, Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had to take back his previous evaluation. This little girl Ni's loyalty only lasted for a short while, and then she turned around and sold him out again. "Humph, as for a pretty boy lover like you, if you want to live, it depends on what kind of heavenly treasure you can take out. If it's not good enough, heh." A cold light flashed in Old Zhao's eyes. His meaning was self-evident. "If it's not good enough, Grandpa will shave off all the flesh on your body and let you taste the feeling of being dismembered by 1,000 cuts. Let me tell you, Grandpa hates pretty boys the most in my life." Old Li stared at Lin Yi cruelly. It seems that you have been hurt by love." "What? Have you been robbed by a pretty boy?" Lin Yi did not pay attention to him at all and asked calmly. "What did you say? What did you, pretty boy, say?" Old Li suddenly lost control of his emotions and looked like he was about to go berserk on the spot. "You really have been hurt by love." Lin Yi was a little surprised. Such a ferocious-looking man had been hurt by love, and it seemed that the hurt was quite deep. It was really unexpected that he was deeply in love. "I'm going to kill you. That damned pretty boy." Old Li was about to ruthlessly cut Lin Yi in half. His imposing manner was undeniable. Although he was not at the level of a 3-spirit profound ascending stage expert like Chang Lading, he was obviously a lot stronger than an ordinary profound ascending stage expert. No wonder he did not put Lin Yi in his eyes. However, before Lin Yi could make a move, Old Xiao, who was next to him, knocked away Old Li's scimitar with his foot. His strength was obviously stronger than Old Li. No wonder Old Li let him make the decision. "Calm down, let this pretty boy take out the thing first. It's not too late for you to kill him." Old Xiao shouted coldly. Only then did Old Li recover and fiercely put away his scimitar. "Hey, aren't your words insulting my intelligence? Lin Yi looked at the two of them with black lines on his face. Who would take out the thing after saying this in front of him? Did these two really think that they had the same IQ as that little girl and I? I've already said it. Whether you can live or not depends on what kind of treasure you can take out. If you can satisfy us, you naturally won't die. Old Xiao sneered. After all, it's for the treasure. Lin Yi dragged out his words and smiled slightly, pretending to be profound. You two really found the right person. I really have a very good treasure with me. It's on me. Do you want it? Hey, pretty boy, you're tactful. Why don't you quickly hand it over? Old Xiao and Old Li's eyes lit up when they heard this. They could not wait to urge him. Well, it's on me. Why don't you come and get it yourself? That's good, lest I take the opportunity to escape, isn't it? Lin Yi shrugged. The two of them looked at each other, and Old Xiao immediately said with a smile, all right, seeing that you're so tactful, if the treasure is good, I'll be merciful and let you live. Old Li, search him. Okay, pretty boy, you'd better behave yourself. Stand still and don't move. Don't try to play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll dismember you. Old Li grinned and came over to search Lin Yi's body. However, as soon as his hand touched Lin Yi, his whole body suddenly froze and twitched crazily like a sieve. He could not say a word and just broke dancing on the spot. Old Li, what the hell are you doing? Quickly search him. Old Xiao, who was standing behind, did not understand the situation. He frowned and urged Old Li. Seeing that Old Li still did not respond at all, he immediately raised his hand and slapped Old Li impatiently. He scolded, you idiot, why are you so slow? However, before he could finish his words, Old Xiao himself also began to convulse crazily. His face suddenly revealed a look of horror, and he hurriedly launched his martial skill regardless of everything. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to kick Old Li away, and at the same time, he finally rescued himself from the predicament. Chapter 49:14. You, who the hell are you? Old Xiao stared at Lin Yi as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Although he was no longer convulsing from the electric shock, his whole body was still numb. If he had not clenched his teeth and held on, he would have already fallen to the ground. Didn't you just say that you are this girl's lover, little gigolo? Lin Yi faintly smiled. You are teasing me again. Ni Kaiyue angrily jumped out from behind, but when she was glanced at by Old Xiao, she immediately shrank back in fear. A dignified early-stage profound ascending expert only had this little bit of courage, it really made people speechless. Then why is there electricity on your body? Don't tell me you brought some divine weapon. Old Xiao's face was full of fear. He had just stretched out his hand to touch Old Li's shoulder, and the result was that there was immediately a fierce power of thunder and lightning entering his body. Although the intensity was not comparable to the thunder tribulation, it was already fatal to him. He was simply scared out of his wits. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough to kick Old Li away, otherwise, he and Old Li would have become two electrocuted corpses. You guess. Lin Yi faintly smiled. That damn thing was in seclusion at this time, otherwise it would definitely jump out and sigh. You brat's shameless appearance is quite similar to my charm when I was young. Old Xiao heard this and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He pointed at Lin Yi and sneered, little gigolo, don't be too proud. I don't know what strange things you are hiding on your body, but as long as I don't touch your body, I think there will be no problem. I have at least 100 ways to kill people from a distance, do you want to try them all? No, I don't have that much time, I am very busy. Lin Yi waved his hand again and again, with a troublesome expression. Reckless little gigolo, don't get too carried away. Old Owl was choked by Lin Yi and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although he was Chang Lading's follower in name, his true strength was not much worse than Chang Lading's. It was just that he did not have any background. Otherwise, he would have been able to become one of the 4 young masters of the nascent soul stage. Now, he was the same as Chang Lading, a rare 3-spirit profound ascending stage expert. No, I'm just telling the truth. I still have to find my companions. I really can't waste my time here with you. Lin Yi's tone was sincere. Old Li, hurry up and kill this gigolo. Old Owl was furious when he heard this, but he did not do it himself. Instead, he quietly took a step back, fearing that he would be electrocuted by Lin Yi again. Thus, he simply let Old Li, this brainless brute, take the lead. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Li immediately waved his long and short machete and rushed over. He already disliked the gigolo, not to mention that he had just suffered a big loss at the hands of Lin Yi. At this time, how could he think so much? He could not wait to immediately cut Lin Yi into 8 pieces. However, before he could rush to the front of Lin Yi, he saw Lin Yi standing in the same place and casually waved his hand. Immediately, a bucket-thick dark blue lightning instantly erupted from his palm and poured into Old Li's head. Old Li did not have the slightest chance to resist. His whole body was emitting black smoke and his legs collapsed on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this scene, Old Owl, who was already very afraid, almost peed his pants on the spot. His calves and stomach were trembling crazily. If it was not for his strength being far stronger than an ordinary early-stage profound ascending expert, he would not be able to stand at this time and would have been paralyzed on the ground. Even Ni Kaiwe, who was hiding behind Lin Yi, was dumbfounded at this time. She looked back and forth between Lin Yi and the smoking Old Li as if she had seen a ghost. She could not say a word for a long time. Lin Yi did not take it seriously and clapped his hands. In his heart, he thought that he did not suffer so many lightning strikes in vain. Now, even if the power of his lightning strike was not as extraordinary as before, it was already comparable to a normal lightning tribulation. Using it to deal with an ordinary profound ascending expert, he could kill them with 1 strike. Only a strong person like Lang Rufin could barely contend with it. To be honest, Lin Yi had actually held back. This time, he only struck for a moment and then stopped. Otherwise, if the duration was a little longer, Old Li's whole body would have been charred alive by the lightning strike. As for that strike just now, it was purely the 2 people's fault. Lin Yi did not use lightning strike at all. Just the extra lightning power in his body had already charred them on the outside and tender on the inside. You, who the hell are you? You can actually trigger lightning tribulation. At this moment, Old Owl's face was pale. He was so scared that he retreated again and again. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yes, why can you trigger lightning tribulation? Ni Kaiwe also followed and asked. Hearing this, Lin Yi was speechless and rolled his eyes. Which group was this little girl and I from? She actually joined in the fun. Oh, you can't even see the power of lightning, and you still call it lightning tribulation? Lin Yi glanced at Old Owl, crossed his arms, and said lightly, I see that you still have a bit of cleverness. You should be able to understand the situation, right? If you have anything good on you, quickly take it out for me. If it can enter my eyes, I promise not to strike you to death. Ah. Old Owl suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. It was obviously the 2 of them who went to rob others, but in the blink of an eye, it had fallen on his head. How could this be endured? What awe! I'll say the ugly words first. I don't have much patience. You do as you see fit. As Lin Yi spoke, he expressionlessly waved his hand. Don't. Young hero, please spare my life. Old Owl was so scared that his soul almost flew out. He thought that he was about to follow in Old Li's footsteps. As a result, he shrank his neck and waited for a long time, only to find that nothing had happened. Only then did he embarrassedly smile. He did not dare to neglect and quickly fished out his things. As a result, this guy rummaged inside and out for a long time, and even rummaged out his belongings. In the end, he only fished out a pile of junk. There was nothing good at all. Young hero, I only have these on me. You see. Old Owl embarrassedly handed over a few elixirs with both hands. These were the best things he had on him, but they were only a few useless 6th grade elixirs. Seeing this, Lin Yi could not help but be a little speechless. This was a living pauper. As a dignified early-stage mysterious ascending expert, he only had this little wealth. It was simply a pity. If Lin Yi was a little soft-hearted, he would have helped him instead. Looking at Lin Yi's strange expression, Old Owl could not help but blush. He also felt that this matter was really shameful, but there was really no other way. Not only him, but even Old Li, who was lying on the ground, was also the same. Both of them had some good things that had been plundered by Chong Lading. After all, people under the eaves had to bow their heads.